sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have.
Food and Beverage Insider, but we underwent a major rebrand this year. Same content you love, just under a different name. Welcome to today's session, Explore the Frontiers of Flavor and Texture in Baking. First, I want you all to imagine the first bite of your favorite cookie. Crispy on the outside, soft and chewy on the inside, with just the right amount of sweetness. Do you ever stop to think what makes that experience unforgettable? Today we're diving into the science and artistry behind the textures and flavors that turn a good product into a craveable one. Please welcome me in joining Liz Glenn, Senior Sensory Scientist at Land O'Lakes, who works primarily on the company's butter portfolio and has more than 2 decades of experience leading and managing sensory research projects and utilizing sensory science to help develop and improve products. And Kelly Connolly, a food scientist with more than 2 decades of experience creating food products, who also owns Little Food Lab, a custom food consulting firm in Denver. Welcome, ladies. Thank you. Now, we all know baked goods and confectionery items are plentiful. I'm curious to know, what trends are you both seeing in these categories? Should I start? Sure. Okay. So I think some of you guys have already started noticing probably the textures, different textures in baked goods. So we're starting to see incorporations of like liquids, especially in like more of the confectionery, but also in baked goods with like the gooey centers, crispy on the outside, different layers and different inclusions. So you might have something kind of crunchy with a layer of something more like a jam-like texture, and then like a crispy bottom or something like that. So that's really big and becoming increasingly popular. Something from a flavor perspective is like global flavors and fusions. We're kind of shifting around the globe. Looking at like savory flavors is something new. I know bacon has been popular for a long time here in the United States, but sweet corn is coming up. Rosemary or other herb flavors have been incorporated more popularly in baked goods. And then also we're talking about different Mediterranean, Italian, Indian, Malaysian type flavors, looking at like kulfi, kanafa in like chocolate bars. I think everybody's familiar now with like the Dubai chocolate viral on TikTok. So I don't know, Kelly, did you have things you wanted to add too?
Yes, so I've been developing products for 24 years. And in the last 3 years, every single project that I've been developing has either been gluten-free, vegan, or no added sugar or 0 sugar.
And texture is a key component in all of these ingredients, in all of these, products that we see, which also varies based on a number of factors. So maybe can you touch on some of those factors that?
Yeah. Texture is the #1 thing I ask a new client of what they're going for. Like, I really need to understand exactly what their target texture is at the end of shelf life. So, like if we take cookies for an example, if there could be a crispy cookie or a chewy cookie or a soft cookie, and depending on what we're trying to make, I would have to choose different ingredients and different processing.
So maybe explain a little bit more about the sensory evaluation that you use and how it goes hand in hand with product development when you're.
Well,
do you want me to take that one?
You are the sensory.
Yeah. So obviously it's going to vary a lot with the nature of the product itself and whether or not the consumer is going to be involved in the process of creating it. So if you're manufacturing like a canned dough, for example, that's going to be baked at home,
It's really dependent upon what they're using to finish that product, whether it's going into a standard oven, whether it's convection, whether it's going to be the air fryers, toaster oven, etc., or the toaster itself. All of those different types of appliances can have very different effects on the finished product, and that can impact, obviously, also the way that the texture might come out, and it also changes the way that you might want to evaluate it. For the different types of technologies that the consumers might be using, you want to evaluate them across those so that you can check for like tolerance. I've got one of my colleagues here who works in our culinary, or used to work in our culinary center here at Land O'Lakes, and I know that we spend a lot of time making sure that our products can perform across a variety of different appliances. Some other things that you might want to think about are like the variety of the different types of textures that might be observed within a baked good. So for example, let's just take a really easy version, so like brownies. Even though they're relatively homogeneous from an ingredients perspective, the dough itself, sometimes they'll have like nuts or other inclusions, but for the most part, they're pretty homogeneous. The edge of that baked good is obviously going to be very different than the center of it. And so when you're looking at from a sensory evaluation perspective, you want to make sure that you're evaluating consistently across the different variables that you might be looking at. So you always want to taste, the edge piece across all the variables as well as the center to make sure you're making a fair comparison and can adequately assess the ingredients as you're looking through and trying to decide what ingredients to move forward with from a development standpoint. We talked about, or one of the things that I also wanted to mention is the amount of time that's elapsed from the time that the product is finished. So whether it's baked and then you're evaluating it almost right out of the oven or what have you, versus 15 minutes later, a day later, etc., because obviously plate life comes into it as well. So you want to understand what the differences in texture might be that your consumers or your target is going to be experiencing. And you want to make sure that you're delivering on whatever that desired experience is at those different time points. So especially if it's like going to be a packaged good, that's going to be a very different experience than somebody who's going to be baking it fresh and then consuming it essentially right after baking. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And what are some of the most important things for developers to take into consideration when it comes to textures and flavors?
So when developing a product that goes into the store, you really need to consider what the shelf life is that you want to achieve, and that you need to understand how your product is going to fail shelf life. Is it going to get too hard, or is it going to dry out? So the critical thing is getting the correct packaging barrier that will avoid whatever the mode of failure is for shelf life. The second thing to really think about is if you're not using preservatives, which people that ask me to develop products never let me use preservatives. So I need to control the water activity to make sure that it's below 0.65, and I need to make sure that the moisture is around 9%. And then you basically can assume that you can maintain your shelf life to at least 6 months with the correct packaging barrier.
Again, there's also the difference between, the wholesomeness or the safety of the product, and then also the sensory or the desirability of that product. And I think especially when we're not using preservatives, that can be a huge barrier because it doesn't have preservatives. It's maybe if the water activity is controlled, it's not going to spoil right away, but it does. It gets hard, or maybe you'll lose some of those volatiles that are in that product that, aren't as fresh tasting as they used to be. And so you really need to understand, okay, what is the minimum hurdle that we're going to use to set what the end of shelf life looks like? And are you using your technical team from an internal company perspective? Are you doing consumer evaluations where you're actually trying to evaluate maybe a couple of different ages of different batches of products so you can understand how that performs over shelf life, and maybe even different storage temperatures, things like that, so you can see kind of tolerance testing what that's going to look like from a sensory quality standpoint over time as well.
From an ingredient standpoint, I've been seeing a lot of really cool inclusions in baked goods, like the Oreos with the Pop Rocks and all these different things. So what are some of the ingredients that you're seeing that are being used to create these unique sensory experiences?
So do you want to touch on ingredients?
So, yeah, I love seeing all the cool things out there. And when I worked at Nabisco, we always tried to get them to do pop rocks like 20 years ago, and I'm glad to see they're finally out there. But if you take a really simple example of taking a cookie and then swapping out all of the sugar for a turbinado sugar that has a large particle size, it's really cool because the sugar doesn't dissolve, and so you get a totally different texture and a totally different flavor because you're getting like crunchy sweet bits instead of it being throughout the cookie. So it's just one ingredient change, not doing anything else different, and you get a completely different texture.
Very cool. Yeah, so speaking of sweeteners, they're a hot topic nowadays, especially in baked goods. So, and as consumers try to seek these better for you options that are still, you know, indulgent. So Kelly, if you were developing a product, say, with an alternative sweetener that was low in sugar, what would you use and why?
So I develop products in the natural organic space, so I'm limited to allulose, erythritol, and then stevia and monk fruit for high intensity sweeteners. So there's been a lot of studies that have come out recently that erythritol can be very bad for you at high doses, but everything in moderation. So it's still considered a GRAS ingredient. So it really would depend on what I was making. If I was trying to make like a crispy, low sugar, no sugar cookie, I would not be able to use allulose because allulose does not crisp. It does brown, and it is about 70% the sweetness of sucrose. So then erythritol does crisp, but it has a not great cooling sensation that if you can kind of minimize if you have a low level of it in your product, and you can also minimize by adding a fiber that helps the cooling sensation. So the erythritol and the allulose are less sweet than sugar, but they're a similar bulking size to a sugar. So you cannot just use them alone to get the same sweetness that you would with sucrose, so then you would need to boost the sweetness with stevia and monk fruit. And I never use those alone. Like, they're always in conjunction. And I have found that because stevia and monk fruit are about 300 times the sweetness of sugar, if I was trying to target something with like 18 grams of sugar, you would divide 18 by 300 and you would get 0.06. So you only need just like a touch of stevia and monk fruit. And then I always try to start my formulas with about 20% of that being monk fruit and the rest being stevia. And stevia, sorry, this is a very long answer.
No,
but stevia is has changed over the years, and it is actually so clean. The stevia Reb M is so clean that you do not get the off metal taste that you did like 10 years ago, but you still will get it if it's too high. So if you're developing something that has no sugar and you still get like the metallic burn, just reduce your sweetener into high intensity sweeteners, like 10%, and it's probably will get rid of that aftertaste.
I was going to say, do these alternative sweeteners, do they lack some of the functionality that table sugar does?
Yes. So like I mentioned, the allulose will not crisp. So you're limited to making sort of like a soft cookie instead of like a hard cookie, if that's what you're trying to do, or whatever. Some of them are better for liquid applications, but I mostly work on baked goods. So yeah, and they don't have the same sweetness, so you can't you can't do a one-to-one replacement.
And also the off notes and side tastes associated with these sweeteners. For example, monk fruit, which was described as having this like musty, earthy taste, and depending on how highly refined it's been or where it's been sourced from. So how do you overcome these off notes or undesirable tastes?
For monk fruit, for example, if you're just using monk fruit as your sweetener, you will taste like the earthy, musty sweetness, which may work really well if it's like a cinnamon flavored something, because that inherently has the earthy mustiness. But having a combination of the stevia and the monk fruit is really the way to go to clean up the flavor, because the curve of trying to duplicate a sugar sweetness is the stevia is like really sharp and then it dies off, but whereas the monk fruit kind of helps round out the curve. So they work in conjunction very well together.
Yeah, and I think I would just add too that Kelly is exactly right, that using these different types of sweeteners in conjunction with each other can help provide a much more balanced flavor portfolio, as well as like the time intensity for the sweetness profiles. In addition to the complementariness of, so if you're working with a different sweetening system and you're getting some of those off flavors, you can reduce them, you can figure out which ones are going to be complementary, and then you can also do what Kelly was talking about, is figure out something that's going to work within the type of flavor profile that you're working with. So for example, if it has like prunes or dates or cherries or something like that have some stronger flavors in them, that can help kind of cover or mitigate some of those off tastes. But if you're working with something that's citrusy, that's probably not going to go very well with the monk fruit, for example. They will compete with each other, and it will provide that kind of off flavor and something your consumers would probably just be like, that's something kind of strange. So you want to make sure that whatever flavor kind of category you're working in, you want to have the complementary sweeteners to go with those. So it's just something to keep in mind, the other components, the other flavor systems that are in whatever product you're working with.
And I know you touched on it briefly earlier, but when it comes to shelf life is crucial when it comes to a baked good. Yeah. So can you pinpoint maybe the top 3 things that you focus on when you could chime in as well, Kelly, when you're tasked with creating a product with a specific shelf life that someone comes to you with?
Yeah. So basically, no product goes into the market with having validated shelf life. Because to do your shelf life testing, you need the finished packaging and you need the finished formula. And in a real life shelf life, you would take it to failure. So you would have your frozen control versus your temperature abused product, and then compare it every month until you have failed shelf life in whatever way you deem failure. So what I do as a developer is I know that I have to control my water activity. I need to make sure my ingredients are clean and safe. I need to make sure that the finished moisture is low enough, and that the product is in the correct packaging to make sure that the product does not change over shelf life. And then the third thing is that a lot of people ask me to do an accelerated shelf life on a product that I have just developed. And this is not possible. I mean, the results will not be accurate because you have nothing to correlate it to. So like a cookie that's been on the market for 20 years can do an accelerated test if they do a formula change, but because they have something to correlate the real life study to. So if I do an accelerated test on a brand new product, I may give them either a false negative or a false positive. So it's really not worth it. So lean on your product developer to make sure they know what they're doing and get a really, really good packaging barrier.
Does an accelerated shelf life impact certain aspects of the product, the taste, the texture?
Right, so usually accelerated shelf life is super high temperatures, for, I don't know, a shorter time. And then you could have volatiles that go off that wouldn't normally go off in a normal shelf life setting.
Is there anything you wanted
to
add about shelf life?
I completely agree with Kelly. Definitely leverage your product developers and make sure they know what they're doing, like Kelly does. Because sometimes that could be a big problem. But also, if you have excellent developers, just I can't speak strongly enough that I agree that assault testing or accelerated shelf life testing can be somewhat misleading. Certainly from a dairy products perspective, it can very much change the properties of the products. You can have rancidity and all sorts of other things that happen that wouldn't happen at the normal shelf life for the product. Not to say that you can't do it, but I usually caution very strongly against it unless you have very specific models that you can leverage. The other thing about shelf life testing is you want to make sure that you have some sort of internal control, whether it's products, so if it's baked goods, you might have a frozen product that you can then compare to over time so that you're making a fair comparison across time points. You can do sort of a reverse poll if you have different lots of products or ingredients where you've got, like a 9-month sample, an 8-month sample, 7, et cetera, et cetera. So you can look at the time and how it's, how the sensory properties of the products might be shifting over time. The caveat with that is if you have a lot of lot-to-lot variation in your baked goods, if it's a very artisanal product, for example, that variation might actually kind of overshadow some of the differences that might happen due to the age of the product itself. So you have to be aware of what your kind of natural variation is in your product as you're doing a sensory evaluation. The other thing that's just a really practical thing if you're doing sensory evaluation, particularly over shelf life, is just keeping in mind the types of the properties, the sensory properties that you're trying to study, and whether or not you're overwhelming your panelists. So for example, like let's say we're talking about like a cinnamon baked good, you might only be able to taste 3, 4, maybe 5 different samples at a particular session without overwhelming your palate. And so you might want to break up those baked goods evaluation sessions over the course of a day, making sure that people have like 20, 30, 30 minutes in between tasting sessions so that you're not overwhelming yourself, so you're still sensitive to the differences that you might be experiencing. And then the other thing is, again, we were talking about this earlier, but make sure that you're making kind of fair evaluations across time, so you're comparing the same area of the baked good and even at the same time point. So if you are breaking it up from like a tasting session perspective, make sure that you're making like baking fresh batches for each session so that you're not tasting some that were baked and evaluated right away and then some that were baked and then evaluated 2 hours later, because that's not a fair comparison and you're going to pick up differences that wouldn't otherwise be there. Trying to think if there's anything else from a shelf life perspective. Yeah. I think we've covered a lot of it.
Yeah, I was like, no, these are all great insights. Yeah, I wanted to open the floor up now to any questions that any of you may have for Liz or Kelly.
Hi, great session. I'm Shantanu Yusuf with ACH Foods. I was just curious, shelf life as a product developer is, again, I agree with you guys, a huge challenge. Marketing always wants us to and sales give us an answer very quickly, like, hey, can we extend the shelf life without any data? Do you see in the space of AI, like being able to leverage that to kind of help determine shelf life? And would you trust if someone here was showcasing a AI tool that said, we can predict shelf life?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Yeah. I would try it.
So the answer that I would provide is that it really depends on the model with which you're trying to draw the insights from, right? And how educated that model is. If you have like a data lake and a history, so if you're working for with a major manufacturer that has a ton of information on particular ingredients that you might be able to leverage in your model, it might be more stable. But if you're talking about a new product or something that has very novel ingredients, I would be very hesitant to trust anything it was saying. It's the old saying, garbage in, garbage out, right? Like you have to know what information AI is providing you. So we tend to lean more towards the old-fashioned way of making sure that the information we're getting is something that we truly understand versus something that a model is just spitting out, right?
Okay. This question is for Kelly. I'm James Joseph from Jackfruit 365. So we make a product out of the jackfruit. Kelly, no sugar versus no sugar absorption. Is there an opportunity for ingredients to prevent absorption of sugar after it leaves the mouth? You get the taste, but the absorption is prevented, which means you don't get the sugar spike. Is there an opportunity for that, or is that definite no?
So you're saying that you would eat the real sugar but not absorb it?
Correct.
That sounds very interesting. I feel like I don't know. I mean, I feel like that would be like a research project that I I would be interested in seeing. I don't know.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you all so much for attending. Appreciate it, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success.
Testing.
That's cute. Ooh. What's this situation all about? Oh. Is that our countdown? Like, 5 minutes from the Ooh. You're doing 7 days? Oh, wow. Did you do it with Candace? No, Scott. I emailed her and I was like, hey girl. And she was like, I'm on a plane when you're on a plane the other direction. I was like, darn it. She is a tiny baby. She did such a good job. She's amazing. Oh, Southeast.
Welcome everybody, hello. My name is Adasha Townsend. I'm the content director for the Supply Side Food and Beverage Journal media brand. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here today to talk about the incredible potential of global ingredients. We're not just talking about flavor anymore. We're diving deep into the world of functionality, sustainability, and innovation. As food scientists, you have the power to transform the way people eat and drink. You can create products that not just taste good, but also do good. Global ingredients offer a wealth of opportunities to develop healthier, more sustainable, and more exciting food and beverage options. Today we'll explore how these ingredients can enhance everything from shelf life to texture. We'll discuss the trends, the latest trends, the challenges of sourcing, and the importance of consumer perception. Joining me today are Jill Hulk, Research and Development Chef at Culinary Culture. Her career includes roles as a health-focused catering founder, cookbook author, television personality, product developer, and culinary director. Hoke's work has positively impacted countless food products across the nation, and she is dedicated to mentoring the next generation of chefs in R&D. And Nadia Kamal is a partner at Topi Ventures. Her focus on agricultural technology stemmed from her Ethiopian grandparents' involvement in large-scale farming and food distribution. After commercializing multiple food and beverage products, she now globally incubates sustainable CPG brands as co-founder and partner of boutique firm Topi Ventures. Please give them a warm welcome. So let's start with you, Jill. Talk about how you got into product development.
Okay, first of all, I started off in information technology. So if you talk about a U-turn, I made it. After about 10 years in that career, I started work as a chef, and I've always been interested in nutrition and human performance. And so I was in a health-focused catering and personal chef company, and started doing a little side hustle in product representation. I worked with a couple of ingredient manufacturers, including Ajinomoto. So that really got me into product development. I then shifted a little bit from catering and personal chef work straight into consulting, specifically with brands. So I did some work with Sara Lee, Driscoll's Berries, and so forth. And about 8 years ago, I had the opportunity to join Olam Food Ingredients, which is an ingredient supplier. I was there for 7 years and recently went back into consulting with Culinary Culture, where we do product development. So kind of a long and winding road, but it all comes together at the end, right?
Thank you. And Nadia?
I started with Coca-Cola as a sustainable agriculture fellow, working on RTD, commercializing product development, and then moved on to work on a USDA grant-funded project at a farm in Florida, which was where I became vegan. I'm not vegan anymore, but self-explanatory there. And then after that, started a food tech company and commercialized the product that we were creating. Brought those skills to CPG, where we now focus on diverse founders and bringing them to market with their emerging products.
Fantastic. So both of you travel a lot. We've talked about that in numerous conversations. So talk about how those travels have influenced your views on food.
I'm like watching trends right now because the products that I represent, it's important for me to know the market trends. Right now, Asian trends are very big in retail right now and food service. So matcha, adaptogenic mushrooms. I just came from LA looking at Erewhon, which is like the go-to retail leader right now, and seeing what they have at their smoothie bar, anything wellness oriented, and also watching Gen Z trends globally, anything health, any health benefits and ingredients, I'm watching those.
Get into that a little bit about those Gen Z trends. Everybody's saying that. So, wait, aren't you kind of like Gen Z?
I'm a millennial.
Okay.
Don't do that.
You're a baby millennial.
Yes,
though.
exactly. Talk about how Gen Z trends are really shaping the product development that's going on, but mostly how it's so much different than what's gone on in previous years.
Yeah, I think they're closely watching ingredients that companies are using, but also really closely watching their transparency in their supply chain. So we're talking about like fair trade, what they're doing for the employees working on farms, especially when we're talking about global ingredients. And then, companies that are working with co-ops and farms, but they're focused on transparency even more than taste. And we were talking about this in another panel earlier. Where they'll pay more of a price point for transparency, organic, non-GMO products versus older generations who just care about I don't want to speak for everyone, but everyone's young in here, products that just do what they do.
Do you feel that the Gen Z generation, Gen Zers, do you feel that they're more open to trying new global flavors and ingredients?
Definitely.
And
yeah.
Talk about that more.
Yeah, I think TikTok right now is influencing everything global. So matcha is everywhere in everything that we eat. I spoke about aptogenic mushrooms, and they're putting that in their smoothies. But TikTok Shop is really influencing how people buy because...
Explain what TikTok Shop is.
I guess I'm a TikTok representative. TikTok Shop is where buyers can they have access to, the millions and millions of people that use TikTok. They can put their product on there, and then they can use influencers with a commission payment to influence people to buy the product. So you're seeing a lot of wellness powders, skincare products, and people are buying them in masses.
And also, I have a Gen Z son, and it's really fun to see like him and his friends. This is a generation that grew up with the internet, understands how to research. And so I think that really, not only TikTok, because they spend a lot of time online, but also, being able to look into claims and substantiate them is something that they're pretty adept at doing that maybe previous generations didn't think to do or didn't have access to do.
So talk about your journey Jill, as far as exploring more global flavors.
Yeah, so I grew up with a travel bug. I had parents who were teachers, and every summer they'd throw us in the car and drive us across the country, and then just kind of continued that personally and professionally. And I do it from an eating standpoint. So I oftentimes will pick where I go based on what is delicious. I had the privilege of living in India for a year. If any of you a chance to go to India, please do. The food is amazing. But that is really a way to capitalize on something that is prized in the marketplace now, which is authenticity. So if you taste the flavors in the communities where they are prepared, where those dishes come from, you'll actually know how to create something that meets that target. And to find product developers who are of that culture who can come in and share their culture with you to develop products that are authentic, which again gets us back to Gen Z, because some of the authenticity is they don't want something watered down and light, rather they're looking for something that is real. And so travel always gets me into that zone of tasting things in the cities and the countries where they come from.
Both of you, I feel like both of you kind of looked outside of the box when it comes to ingredients and product development. I want you to talk about some of the emerging ingredients globally that you're seeing, and what are some of the benefits of those ingredients?
I think for gut health, which is a big topic right now when we're talking about Gen Z and millennials in general, kefir, probiotics and prebiotics, it's an ingredient that I've seen in RTD drinks, which is where my background is. Combined with fruits. So taking Eastern Europe and, something that's generally available everywhere in an RTD drink is really interesting to me. Ashwagandha, of course, we're seeing everywhere. And then just things like turmeric in our drinks, vitamin C, the things that we see normally, but more pure forms as an ingredient. And then people kind of backing that by the nutrition facts, knowing that the vitamin C is coming from something real versus artificial.
And also kind of going along with ferment, there are a lot of ingredients that are upcycled. So they're part of the agricultural process that would typically be either animal feed or go into a landfill. And those are working their way into formulations. Oftentimes, they have a flavor that doesn't match a standard of identity. So, for example, if you're taking the hulls of peppers that are grown to create seeds, they don't exactly taste like the peppers that come out of the ground. And so fermentation can really get you some interesting flavors, some novel flavors, make things a little bit more palatable and also more bioavailable. And then some of the other agricultural processes that I see that are in the ingredient space is regenerative ag. So I'm seeing a lot about that, especially in the natural space.
When you think generational differences, I want to go back to the Gen Z conversation. And Gen Z is very open when it comes to global flavors and global ingredients, but it's always said that older generations, Gen X and boomers, they are kind of more traditional. Is that true or is that not true? Are you seeing that with product development, and what types of products as well?
I think if you have a product that people can experiment with, like Nadia said, ready-to-drink beverages, that's going to have appeal across generations. And also, you have this great cultural influence of younger generations on older generations. So I've seen my kid tell my parents, who are the silent generation, about fun products and different flavors, and they've really embraced it. So it's hard to paint a broad brush and say that a specific generation is not open to things. I would say in certain instances, you are going to find more of that receptivity in older generations.
I think it depends a lot on packaging, because Gen Z is really influenced by packaging of products, whereas older generations, I don't believe they are. I believe that they're more influenced by price point and what the product can do for them, and they're a little more traditional in buying. So when I'm looking at market trends, I'm really focused on Gen Z and millennials personally. But they really buy through the packaging and then the traceability and sustainability aspects. So when we're talking about ingredients, for example, you see a lot of seaweed and algae as an ingredient right now that's trending because of the sustainability aspects. It's a lower carbon footprint than traditional land crop ingredients. And I don't see older generations, using seaweed and algae or being open to that right now.
I would say they could be, depending on the health claim. So you have to think about the health claim for different generations. Anything having to do with brain health, memory loss, increased energy really cuts across the generations. And I think older consumers are receptive to that. They may not necessarily tune in and say, I want this ingredient. They're more like, I want this benefit. And you're right, they do not care about the packaging.
Exactly. And I think I agree with you. I think Gen Z is also buying for anti-aging benefits, beauty, wellness, focus as well, in a different way to be, focusing on work and daily lives. But I think we're buying for different reasons. We might buy the same product, but for different reasons. So I agree.
When you're talking about all these different ingredients, the algae and turmeric, ashwagandha, and the other products you mentioned, then you also have to think about the taste. And so, masking those tastes sometimes, how do you accomplish that without taking away the benefits? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so a lot of these functional ingredients are a lot of times found in powder form. So I mentioned Erewhon before, a lot of these ingredients are found in their smoothie bar. So they're masking it with a lot of tasty things like bananas and peanut butter and berries, but you're getting the same wellness benefits in an acai bowl or smoothie, or even some things that don't have a taste, or making them flavorless to add to our water every day, so that you're just getting that supplemental aspect, but you're not getting the taste.
And there's also some other delicious things. Many ready-to-drink beverages come, coffee and tea, chocolate. These are really strong flavors that are natural, that can be excellent maskers for something that might taste a little bit earthy and can actually enhance the flavor of coffee, tea, and chocolate beverages.
Can you talk about additional methods, not methods, but whether it's beverages or functional bars or snacks or desserts, can you talk savory or sweet snacks? Can you talk about some of those applications and what's more popular with the global flavors?
We talked about energy bars, how there's like 4 flavors, which breaks my heart. So somebody please get out there and develop something. I would say if you're looking at things like meat snacks, that's when you can get into these more global flavors. Chips, any kind of savory snack, you can get into global flavors and really bust into things like, aggressive spicing, bringing in turmeric, ginger, pepper. We were talking about that this morning.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm seeing new trends in candy, plant-based candy that are low in sugar and incorporate some of those ingredients for wellness purposes.
Yeah, and you can do some fun stuff there. So you can bring in some sour, you can bring in salt, you can bring in spice, really leveraging global flavors coming from Mexico, coming from Southeast Asia, coming from Africa.
You just said something about meat snacks. Can you be more specific about meat snacks?
Yeah, sure. Jerky. I mean, protein is where consumers' heads are these days. People are on Ozempic. They don't want to lose muscle mass. As you're aging, there's been studies showing that increased protein consumption helps you. And so jerky and dried meat snacks really are having their moment. Biltong comes from South Africa. There are a number of different Mexican flavored jerkies. It's really delicious snacks.
Yes. Any product development examples that you're working on now that you can talk about that are going into global flavors, and what are some of those benefits that you're looking at as far as, gut health, mindful health, any of those types of things? I'd like you to talk about that.
Yeah, specifically with gut health, a couple of drink brands that I've been talking to recently use baobab and moringa powder. The good thing,
what's that again?
Baobab and moringa. So, sorry, both are trees found in Africa that are drought resistant and are found in powder form here in the US and globally, so that it could benefit gut health and inflammatory health. And I think that those are great ingredients in functional beverages because of the reasons that I just mentioned with sustainability, but we have to source those responsibly. So yeah, those are great opportunities.
Talk about the sourcing those sustainably and how to do that.
So there are a couple of different ways. One, working with co-ops, regional co-ops, so that we have, I discussed earlier, the fair trade, treating farmers with the wages that they deserve, and making sure that you have that traceability aspect. So a lot of companies are doing QR codes on their packaging so consumers can learn more about their traceability process, their supply chain process, and being more transparent, which I think is the key and the future of consumer trends.
Yeah, and also giving farmers additional income streams. So I touched on upcycled ingredients before. If a farmer can derive benefit and financial gain from all parts of the crop, whether it is, like if you think about cacao and cocoa production, there is some mucus in the center of a cacao pod that is being upcycled into sweeteners. You can get fibers from a lot of these different places. And so what that does is if you give farmers a way to make more money, it makes the overall supply chain more sustainable and also reduces the cost.
Did you talk about something that you're working on, that you're developing? That
I did not
possibly-
talk about something that I'm working on. Right now, I'm not necessarily working on anything that has health benefits, but I am working on something that has global flavors in it. And so, it gets back to finding ingredients that are from the culture where you are developing that product and incorporating those. And, I'm a spice girl, so spices have a lot of benefits, and maybe there's a health halo from having those in there.
I want to talk more about the sustainability issues that goes along with sourcing some of these products, and what countries do you think are the most vulnerable when it comes to some of their ingredients? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, any equatorial country and any coastal country. So if we think about, rising seas, hurricanes, and so forth, those are going to be some pretty vulnerable places. Coffee is mountainous, but has to keep going further and further up on the mountain, which becomes very labor intensive. So it may not necessarily be countries, but just more regions.
Yeah, I'd say regions with cacao. So a lot of that is West Africa. Specifically is where I'm from, Africa, so focus on how that's impacting our continent and labor specifically. So I think watching the cacao industry closely, that's the fifth largest contributor to climate change as far as food and beverage, so not too far behind meat. And I worked closely with that in the past. So chocolate industry.
We didn't talk about, I think you touched a little bit on plant-based products. And those seem to be a large area, like a major area where a lot of global ingredients are being incorporated, especially for the taste factor. So can you talk anything about that? Non-dairy, you can talk about non-dairy cheeses, you can talk about some of the meat products, not meat.
Non-dairy cheeses have come such a long way. They used to be chalky, and you were like, I can tell what the base ingredient on this is. But now they have beautiful ingredients that will do your traditional pizza melt, which is very fun. But I would say that the opportunity for plant-based is to not only incorporate protein, but to also bring in other ingredients that are healthful, like fiber. And here you can really bust out and you can find drought-resistant crops such as millet. You can work with sorghum. You can work with fonio, where you're going to get like great fiber in there that helps with gut health. It's also a nice bulking agent and gives you a nice punch if you're putting in something like pea powder or soy or nuts as your protein source.
Yeah, and with plant-based, adding spices, as you mentioned, like beet juice to plant-based to give it more of that red look and the taste with the beet juice as well. And then turmeric, I'm seeing that a lot in the plant-based chicken to give it that color as well.
Where is turmeric, where is that originated? Is it from different regions or is it just one place? Can you talk about that?
A lot of it comes from India. And there are different grades of turmeric with different levels of curcumin, which is the active ingredient. And it grows in North India.
What are some of the best practices for sourcing global ingredients in a cost-effective manner?
I would say having multiple sources and also multiple countries of origin. That's also a nice hedge against climate change.
Okay. How do consumers perceive global ingredients? We've gotten into that with the generation some. And are there any cultural or regional preferences to consider?
So I would say consumers love global ingredients where they're appropriate. If you're putting in an ingredient just for the sake of having it on your label, it's not necessarily going to be, a winning formulation. But if you are developing something that has like a Mexican or regional Mexican flavor profile, you want to make sure that you are using peppers that are grown in Mexico because they're going to give you that taste and then also give you the health benefits of that agricultural product.
Yeah, I think with the global flavors, like I mentioned, the on trend right now, I think is Asian. But I think we're also seeing emerging African flavors coming into the market. Like there's a company called Yolele, you mentioned Fonio. I just talked to them recently, so they're bringing Senegalese flavors to the US market, which is really interesting. So you're seeing a lot of new and exciting flavors coming in, but of course we're seeing the standard and the ones that I love also, like the matcha flavors, the turmeric is in everything, and things like that.
When you say Asian flavors, can you be more specific as far as some of the countries?
Yeah, definitely. Korean flavors. You're seeing that more mainstream now, Thai flavors. And this is coming from, like I work with a dumpling brand right now, and they do some innovative dumpling forms. They have the Asian flavors, but they have like the diner classics. And the Asian flavors are just going mass market, like in all retailers, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco. So I'm just seeing that when you're looking at data, that's where everyone is buying. So they want some more ethnic flavors at home.
The Filipino flavors are some of the biggest ones, like the purple yam. I can't think of the name right now. The purple yam.
I've totally drawn a blank on that too. Who knows what it is?
Say it? Yeah, ube. Yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
That was like the #1 flavor profile last year. I'm thinking that's the thing I'm thinking of mostly.
I mean, if you think about what Filipino food is everything delicious, right? So you have umami, you have salty, you have sweet, you have sour. I love sour. And there are a number of high-end Filipino restaurants. There's one in Chicago that is extremely well known. And then Jollibee is killing it in the United States. So I think that these flavors are really coming to the shore and people are embracing them. I would love to see it come about in a much bigger way, but I think it's going to take a couple of generations.
Is it question time already? It is? Oh, okay. I'm looking at that and I'm like, wow. So before we get to the questions, I just wanted you to give me a few takeaways, just, one that you'd like people to know about some of the global flavors and some of the things that you've learned in working with them.
Yeah, you got to sometimes baby step into the kiddie pool. So if you're going for a global flavor, take a format that is familiar with consumers, ready to drink beverages, snacks, something that they can buy at a low purchase price, and so they feel like they can taste it, and then overlay the global flavors over that.
Yeah, I think my takeaway is just back to the traceability aspect and being a responsible consumer and looking into the companies that you love and making sure that their supply chain is something that you align with morally, because a lot of the companies, they don't have that traceability aspect yet, and we'd be surprised what's happening in the market right now.
So please thank Nadia and Jill for their insights. This was fantastic. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Hi there, great job, ladies. So we were talking about a lot of functional ingredients in the form of functional health and wellness. I'm curious about how you layer that, talking about a lot of these ingredients being like powders, food powders, of how you think about functional ingredients for like some of your base ingredients like starches and sweeteners and oils and these types of ingredients, and just the role of those ingredient functions more for building a product versus just adding a powder for wellness function, if there's anything you could speak to about that.
I went on the journey of looking for some not necessarily base ingredients starches, because I think we can find starches from sustainable sources that are traceable. It's a matter of, do consumers want to pay more for something that's considered a commoditized ingredient? Rather, where I go with that is if you're looking at something that has a small inclusion rate and you're looking for a preservative, an all-natural preservative, some of the ingredients that are out there that are new come through fermentation. And so I would say that that is one area to look at from a functional ingredient as a product developer. Also, some of the flavor systems I think are really unique and sustainable.
So just to build on the fermentation aspect, in case anyone's not familiar, for example, I worked with a coffee brand that created coffee without the beans. So they fermented a bunch of different ingredients that we're familiar with, like lentils, carob beans, to create that coffee flavor and ferment the coffee flavor in a lab, and then create it in an end product, RTD product, to build that sustainability aspect. So I think to your point, as far as like, I think you're asking about the end product, or are you asking about at home? Yeah, the end product, right. So with some functionality, instead of a powder, I'm seeing also concentrate form. So this product specifically created the coffee concentrate to put in the end product to give it that coffee taste. They sold it as a cold brew product or an oat milk latte, but they also sold the concentrate itself so that large companies that use coffee as an ingredient in their end products could swap that out with the concentrate and build a more sustainable end product.
Hey guys, so you guys spoke a little bit about TikTok and packaging. I'm curious about that, because that lends towards the decision making of the consumer on how they purchase. Have you seen any data or indicators on the channels that they're moving towards? Is it still going to be grocery stores? Is it DTC, subscription box? Any insight?
I see a lot of movement on Amazon and in the big box stores, so like a Costco, that those consumers are so sticky right there. And so if you keep going to the same place, and then C-stores has a huge upside. So if you think about, previously C-store would surround a gas station, somebody was in and out in like 3 minutes. With electric cars, you're going to have consumers who are spending 20 minutes or more in your store. And so that could be a really robust channel for sales.
I think I'm mostly seeing as well D2C and retail. And when I talk about packaging, I also talk about trends like compostable packaging, eco packaging options that Gen Z, I think, is paying a lot of attention to, and millennials as well. And those kind of things I am seeing mostly in retail rather than D2C, because it's very expensive. So a company needs to be at a point where they're able to scale large enough, which is typically the typical sign is in retail, where they can afford to do eco-friendly packaging. And I think that that's driving a lot of business as well.
Thank you. I was wondering, like, what signs do you look for to know what's going to be like the next big flavor, or even like which country? Like, I know you mentioned social media, maybe like where there's more restaurants popping up, or what are some signs to know like what's going to be the next big thing, whether that be like a matcha or maybe just like Korean influence, like countries?
I look at yoga moms. They got their finger on the pulse. Whatever these ladies are doing, they are setting a lot of trends. I think that they follow a lot of like they start a lot of what happens at Erewhon. So used to be a product development cycle, started in fine dining, then was like democratized into quick service restaurants, and then eventually got into CPG. But now we see a lot of wellness influencers. And so, yeah, if I see what the yoga community is doing, Pilates community is doing, I'm going to see it on the shelves pretty soon.
I am from the product development and manufacturing side. I'm looking at costs of goods as an ingredient and global flavors combined, because I think if a product has health benefits and it's sourced from out of the country and you can source it for pretty cheap or something that you can contribute to the product and it doesn't impact COGS, I think that that's a big driver for new product development, especially in the US.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, Your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities. all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Everyone, can you sit? I'm so sorry. You should talk after. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you're having a great show so far for in the 2 hours that we've been able to be on the show floor. I'm overwhelmed, as per usual. I'm sure you all are too. My name is Cassie Smith. I'm the Senior Director of Editorial Content at Supply Side. I was reading an article like a year ago, and it was about how the cottage cheese industry has grown like 30%, and because of a TikTok trend. And I was like, damn, this is a thing. TikTok is a thing. TikTok is impacting the food and beverage industry. And I was like, how is it impacting product formulation? Like, are we taking trends from TikTok and then we're like putting them as a flavor? If someone likes a flavor on TikTok, do we make a product with it? Answer is yes. And I was like, we need to talk about this. And so we are. So thank you for coming. And I have two amazing people here. Sherry Frey. Sherry's the VP of Total Wellness at Nielsen IQ. And David Sandler, our buddy here, came in at the 11th hour. He is the CEO of Safety Shot. It's Safety Shot now, yes?
Well, we're Sure Shot.
Sure Shot now, sorry, of Sure Shot. And David's you've been in the supplement industry for a long time, but now you're mostly beverages and you do a lot of consulting with beverages for years. So we're very smart people. We're very excited to talk about this. I have questions for them. I'm going to try to leave us, because I think there'll be a lot, 5 minutes, maybe 10 at the end. So if you have questions, hang on to them and we'll get to them. Okay, and with that, Sherry, your turn. You're up.
Let's do it. Hi, everyone. So I thought what I would do is share with you, I think the answer is yes. Yes, right? So we've covered that. But I thought I would share with you a bit about how brands, how product engineers are looking at the data in TikTok and kind of what they're doing, so you can get a little bit of that how-to. And so I kind of thought I would cover 3 areas for you today, and then we would really kind of dialogue back and forth on how we're seeing this. But one, how brands are looking at emerging brand trends, ingredients, what's in, what's out. I'm going to talk about a few that are kind of in the limelight right now. And then also how they're using this to track consumer wellness priorities and how that's changing. And while we did say TikTok, we're actually going to talk a lot about kind of different areas around direct to consumer or social media in general. And so, one of the main ways that we see product innovators looking at what's happening in either social media or direct to consumer is they're actually looking at the brands. And I will tell you, oftentimes food manufacturers are actually looking at what's happening with supplement direct to consumer trends. So they're really actually trying to see what are the things that consumers are prioritizing in terms of ingredients or need states. So and you can see here beverages, which I'm really glad we're going to talk about beverages. Beverages is definitely one of those areas where we see a lot of emerging growth. And you can see here in that direct to consumer, it's kind of one of the fastest growing. This is a great space where many manufacturers are actually looking at, okay, who are the brands? What are the attributes? And how loyal are consumers to these brands? So they're watching, is this something? And for them, the more that they see certain attributes or ingredients that are in direct-to-consumer brands and have loyalty, it's kind of an indicator that this is an interesting space to go. The other piece is TikTok Shop. And I will tell you, we started measuring this in September of 2023, and I was like, who's buying on TikTok Shop? Oh my gosh. It is fast become, they are the number 8 health and beauty retailer, the number 29 food retailer. So this is a fascinating space to also watch in a specific avenue. And here's what's great about this, right? It is so frictionless for consumers. They're searching, they're buying. I mean, I almost wore some really fabulous earrings today that have skeletons because I was Instagram influenced. I think we all have, products like that, but it's so frictionless. And you can see here some of the top categories that consumers are purchasing on there is candy and gum and beverages, et cetera. Here's the other way food manufacturers are looking at the data. They're actually looking, and we track ingredient trends across the store. And so what you're looking at here is the number of categories in the store where you might see this ingredient show up. is across the bottom. So something like collagen, hibiscus, that's in many categories across the store. And then something over on the further left, like camu camu, turkey tail, we know those are growing, but they're not in as many categories. And so this just gives you a little orientation. Many of the food and beverage manufacturers that we work with are tracking the ingredient trends this way. And they're saying, okay, is an ingredient moving across categories in the store? Is it growing in terms of the growth? That's where it kind of falls in terms of that vertical axis. And then what's the size of the bubble? And then they track that against really literally hashtags, right? Like, is this ingredient trending? So something like collagen, 1.5 million hashtags. Something like moringa has got, I think, 108,000. So again, just watching these in terms of, are they moving across the store in formulations, and are they moving across consumer conversations? Also, as you know, one of the big ways that we're seeing so many ingredients, flavors, recipes, just different sorts of cuisines. I think if any of you were in that last session, it was really fantastic. And this is a place where food manufacturers are, of course, watching these, but what they're also watching is they're watching the likes and the saves. So they're not just looking at the hashtag, but they're understanding how many times is someone pulling down this Korean watermelon punch, right? And how are they saving it? Because that is an indication of a consumer level of interest. So this is some work we had done recently on snacking, so I thought it was an interesting highlight. I'll also tell you, we are working with brands who are using this data to track what might be social media challenges, right? What is the consumer conversation? So there's a very emerging conversation around seed oils. And you're starting to see, seed oil certifications, you're seeing crowdsourcing in restaurants. This does affect many products in the store. Something like soybean oil is in 44,000 items. And when you look at that, though, what you want to understand is, are consumers talking about this? And really right now, the consumer conversation around seed oils is very low. But when we look at what they're talking about, and our partners at Spate shared this information with us, we're seeing that they're tying seed oils. The biggest conversation is really around seed oils and inflammation. And I think this idea of using social media to think about what are the ingredients, what are the trends, but also what's the context that the consumer's putting around this. And I really think that this high protein piece brings this to life. So we all know consumers are interested in high protein. In our data, we track when a consumer goes to any retailer website, whether it's Amazon or Walmart or Kroger, we track what they're typing in. And that always helps us kind of understand, like, what's something that's trending even before we may not even have it. I mean, my recent one is einkorn. We saw einkorn popping in terms of consumers searching for it, which really, and then we started realizing that, it's in the store. But you look at this high protein piece and you can see that, consumers are searching, there's a lot of hashtags on it. We're seeing a lot of growth in those products that are over 25 milligrams of protein per serving. But when you actually then tie that to the consumer conversation around protein, what we found really interesting is it's not just about weightlifting. There's a big conversation around women's health and PCOS and reproductive health tied to high protein. So again, it gives you that additional context of really what's driving and what's underneath that macro trend. And then the final piece is, that we wanted to share is that we're really seeing a lot of interesting conversations in social media tied to mental health, which is tied to product formulations, it's tied to the growth of things like nootropics or mood and stress as a claim, certain ingredients like ashwagandha. And so we, also wanted to share that this is kind of an area where we see people looking at those macro trends and kind of bringing those into the local areas. And with that, let's chat.
Sure.
Thank you, Sherry. David, would you mind talking to us a little bit about how you're utilizing TikTok/social media?
Yeah, so we're brand new into the using TikTok, but we're brand new as a company being on the market. We've only been out since January, and we have a very unique and one-of-a-kind product. We truly do. I'm not here to try to sell you that by any means, but the TikTok was not an if, it was a when. There was definitely a must. And so for us to get into it, we're available on it now, but it was a bit clunky to start up, and there's a whole lot of interesting things that I could certainly share with you. And if you have questions after and we don't have time, we're always glad to share our knowledge that we're learning. There are a lot of nuances in beverage trying to get it up on a TikTok site. And one thing that maybe many don't know is TikTok has a extremely low tolerance to misses, meaning you have 24 to 48 hours to get something shipped, and then it has to be in the hands of the consumer within 24 to 48 hours after that. So you have a very short window, which means your 3PL or whoever you're using, your fulfillment center, has to be aware of that window. So that alone starts making you think about your challenges, the costs associated with developing things, how you're going to warehouse, where you're going to warehouse, or who you're going to have fulfill. And that's a really important thing to keep in mind. It's not just about making a product always, it's about being able to get a product out there. And from the formulation side, we're just seeing, this was great. I love data. I do everything on data, and I believe every formulator, every scientist out there should be, looking at data and figuring out the next steps. So if you either have something extremely unique, you might not need as much data behind it because you're brand new and unique and really one of a kind. Otherwise, you need this data to drive your product development for sure. Look at the trends, figure out what works best.
And Shelley, this is for you because you're in the audience. Can you talk a little bit about the regulatory challenges of being on TikTok, or maybe the challenge for the industry is that there are none? It's not stringent enough. Like, say whatever you want. And you can talk about this too, Sherry. But I'll start with you, David.
Yeah, well, we know Amazon's gotten really tough. In fact, we got kicked off of Amazon, and we didn't even make any claims that weren't legal. We just had enemies who didn't like what we're doing because we are brand new. And that made it even somewhat difficult to get onto TikTok. And now there is talk, and I know TikTok is now being able to be fulfilled through an Amazon mechanism as well. And so my guess is TikTok is going to adopt pretty much everything that Amazon is continually adding to their, to what they do. Mostly claims, ingredients that shouldn't be in the product, but claims are where Amazon's low-lying fruit are because it's an easy lookup, an easy way to check you out. And so there is a lot of nuances there, and getting some expertise and help on what you can and can't say, because you'd be surprised what people think is a drug claim or a disease claim. They're seeming to find a lot more ways to look at some of the claims that we've all been making that have been non-drug oriented for a long time.
Sherry, anything to add there on the regulatory side? I know that's not your bag. I do want to ask, what are maybe some things to keep in mind? So if you're a brand, you are wanting to develop a product and you're going to social media to do some listening about like maybe what to develop or a flavor or a specific ingredient. What are some maybe things to keep in mind if you do that? So context, maybe you shouldn't take it seriously. Maybe the TikTok users don't know what they're talking about and it doesn't work and they shouldn't have it. But if there's money to be made, there's some conflict there. So can you offer any insight there?
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things that we're watching, and again, not just TikTok, but social media, is the power of influencers and the fact that consumers trust influencers, unfortunately, even more than science, right? And there's a variety of influencers out there. And so I think, one of the challenges, I agree with you, right? It's the claims that are being made. It's also, frankly, and we're watching this a little bit already in the beauty industry, and you look at like Shein and Temu, right? There's so many counterfeits, there's so many fakes that are out there. Amazon is struggling with this as well. So that's kind of a challenge as well. It's the claims, it's the product themselves. But I think the influencer piece is a real challenge because we're all consumers and we're fickle too, right? So we tend to, people always ask me in terms of like wellness trends, like what's the good, what's the bad? And it's like we're constantly looking for the villain, right? And we're constantly looking for, and so there's oftentimes you have to really understand, is this a real trend? Like is this ingredient fall under a macro trend that consumers are needing? And again, that's kind of why I pulled out that mental health. Or is it just potentially just the latest X or Y in terms of flavor that we will, 3 years from now be like, oh yeah, we forgot all about that. So kind of, I would say surrounding the data with more than just social media listening.
Anything to add there, David? So I do want to ask you, David, let's talk a little bit about the challenges maybe in a unique flavor. So if you want to put something cool in, that's the watermelon saying there's some Skittles recipe or whatever on TikTok, and you're like, hey, that might be good in a beverage. What are some things to keep in mind there? Some challenges with flavor and cost and whatnot.
Well, you're seeing a lot more collabs lately, right? These groups, everybody's trying to do a flavor or something with a bigger brand that has, that has some recognition, either with your kids or yourselves or whoever. And so there is that challenge of trying to, there's a cost associated with trying to do a collaboration with a group. The more tricky the product is, the more difficult it is to flavor. And I'm speaking on behalf of our product, which is really difficult to flavor because we have an incredible amount of nasty tasting actives. That's why it works, unfortunately. We're continually trying to make it taste good, but we're measured up against everything that tastes good. And that's the point I'm trying to get to is taste is paramount. That's what people want. They're going to judge you on your taste before anything. A nasty, scathing, letter came out today by a group or whatever, New York Post type thing, saying how horrible our product is to drink. It's undrinkable. I mean, so we face these things every single day. You're going to face them as a brand. You're trying to bring out some cool ingredients, and cool ingredients that haven't been used much are harder to flavor. There are a lot of flavor experts out there, flavor houses that will take a crack at it, but it's super important. And I will say this, we used to have a sort of in the pre-workout world, we kind of figured flavor should be maybe 1.5 cents per serving. And now you're seeing a lot of products pushing 3, 4, 5 cents a serving for their flavoring. And the more egregious your ingredients are, you're going to have to figure out a way to get your COGS to work. My flavor is 12 cents a serving. That's how much it costs to make make it work even remotely palatable. So the reality is the more you want to try something a little different, you need to leave that room for flavor because you will be judged on flavor.
So this is kind of a difficult question to answer. I hope you both can humor me. What is it possible to respond to a social media trend in the proper timeline, that trend is still a thing, and the year or more it takes to get that product on the shelf? And if the answer is no, why bother?
I'll start. Well, problem is packaging alone is like 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks, more like 14, 15, 16 by the time your marketing team, gets their shit together basically and gets it on the label the right way, and then you get your compliance and regulatory clearance. So the answer is it is really difficult. Even nimble manufacturers can't do anything if they don't have anything to put it in. And so, that's where I say the biggest bottleneck all the time is what you want to say, and what you want to put in the product, and then how you're gonna market that. So, timeline of trying to get in, I'd say you got to give yourself 16 to 20 weeks, and you better be sprinting that entire time. And so, if you're a company or you're working with companies that have 9-month, 12-month life product cycle before they're even going to kick it off, it's going to be hard to hit that current trend and not end up trying to be a me too.
Yeah.
So getting there quick, and we know getting there quick is everything.
I think too, one of the things that we're often asked is this a real trend or is this just a fad? And that's why I'm a total nerd. That's why I love that bubble chart, because I think the important part is to watch what's going on. Is it is it moving in terms of consumer awareness? Are they seeing this in more categories? I've laughed, in the last 6 months, my mom, who's 75, asked me about ashwagandha. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, ashwagandha is finally it's moving into mainstream here, right? But the reality is so many of the brands that are able to do this, they're over here watching emerging constantly, and they've got a bucket of these are growing, keeping their eye on, and then these are the proven. They're constantly watching this, so they're seeing when does that jump from being something it just maybe just a flash in the pan, or it's really something we should invest in. And so part of that time frame is really I think watching it across the consumer conversation. Are they being exposed to it in other categories? Is it something we should? And by the way, it's not just are they seeing it, but are there sales, and are there, to your point, loyalty? That's the other big piece that's so key here is do people buy it, and do they keep buying it? Because that's one thing we have seen on TikTok, I will tell you. We've seen this more in the vitamins and supplements and sports nutrition. Tons of disloyalty. right? Like I'm gonna buy it, I'm Insta influenced, I'm TikTok influenced, but I don't rebuy, right? And so that's a really important metric, I think even more so for us to all be thinking about in these social media and direct to consumer is, did they come back again?
Well, we also try to nail them with incentive subscription-like things, and that's what you see Amazon doing. If you're a brand, you want to make sure that you have that option, some kind of a discount to incentivize them to come back, because you're absolutely right. They're going to try the next one, or whichever influencer tells them to try something. So you got to be as sticky as possible, right? You got to get consumers to stick to what you're doing in a really difficult market.
And let's, one more question before we go to the audience. Let's talk about, so when I think this is collectively, we think of TikTok, we think of Gen Z, and that's not necessarily fair. So I want to like maybe set the stage in terms of like, is social media just for the young? And if it isn't, which I don't think it is, what does that mean for do you go to Instagram to hit like 30 to 60 or TikTok to, like, if you're creating product, are there specific channels that you go to know that you're getting the right learnings from the right audience?
I mean, we even see it on TikTok. It even depends by category. So, TikTok across the board is like, I'm actually not on TikTok because I still think that it's something that's on our phones, but we track a lot of the trends. So we even see like vitamins and supplements tends to be older, more of the beauty products tends to be younger. Food is kind of across the board, but it really depends on the type of food. I mean, candy and gum, obviously younger, more of the beverages seems to be across the board. So I would say you could look even within a platform at specific categories to see the generational aspects as well.
Anything to add, David?
Yeah, we're trying to track the data. We talk to data folks. We actually use a third-party group to help us manage our TikTok account, our Amazon account, and help with the marketing and the trends. And then they collect the data from groups like Nielsen here and others. And so yeah, it's very data-driven, and you want to try to dive into it as much as possible. I can say this: you probably can't spend enough money on data if you're really serious about trying to get a product into the market. So,
the NXQ lady's like, yeah,
I did not pay you to say that. You could never spend enough on data.
it is true. I'm telling you how much money you'll spend doing everything else that sounds really cheap at first, and then as you go after it, and then you realize you went down the wrong road, and now you're $20,000 into something that was only $2,000 to start, where for $5,000 or $6,000 you could have figured it out. And I know those numbers sound big at first. You don't want to throw $5,000 or $6,000 or $10,000 at something, but trust me, when you're sitting there realizing, this mistake is going to cost a whole hell of a lot more than that.
And then, sorry, one more question. What happens if TikTok gets banned? I don't mean to be inflammatory, I'm sorry, but what happens? I mean, how much money are we talking, like, down, like, we don't get anymore?
I mean, realistically, I think it'll be sold, but I mean, I think we're just even watching it right now, again, with Temu and Shein, who are coming already with the beauty products and even some health products and accessories and stuff, that those will continue to grow and be outlets, so they may have the same challenges. I think the truth is we love this level of retail, right? This frictionless retail. And so even when you think about how different apps, direct-to-consumer apps and retailer apps, just this ability to not have friction, there'll be other offerings that'll solve that for us, I think.
We're limping in. I'm not going to go send them 500 pallets and try to get them shipping stuff for me, that's for sure. I don't know. I think I have a lot of thoughts going on here that I can't talk about.
That's good. It's good, David. Yes.
For a variety of reasons. But let's just say there's an interesting thing. TikTok is forming partnerships. That probably tells us something that's going on if we start thinking about it. Why are they forming partnerships with various groups? Because they themselves are probably getting ready to potentially have some issues here in the United States.
Questions? We have 6 minutes, friends, and I have more if no one else has any.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the session. I think it's really interesting and really fresh, and not so many people are talking about it, so thank you a lot. So my question is, you talked a little bit about trends and how they are growing. So my question is, how much of each of these trends you believe it comes organically, and how much can be pushed by brands with deep pockets? Because we've seen some brands that have a really big budget and they come in, they push it a lot, and they create a trend from nothing.
I think that it can happen that way. And also, I mean, the other element is if you think about all those ingredients that I showed you, I mean, things like elderberry, that was because of COVID, right? Like consumers understanding not just the ingredient, but the functionality of the ingredient around immunity. So I think there's a lot of factors that can drive a trend. It can be a major brand who starts to put in a certain ingredient, talk about a certain ingredient, but it also could be a major like need state and consumer education element as well that can kind of like all of a sudden kind of awaken a consumer awareness in terms of the interest on something.
I'll say this: the cost of influencers, if you want to try to jump into the big time influencer game, is ungodly expensive. We're a publicly traded company, so you can see our financials. I'm not going to tell you here how much money we spent on the massive influencers. The micro influencers seem to probably work a lot better. A micro influencer is, and I'm learning all this, guys. I'm 56, and my son knows how to work everything far more than I do. If I could go back to a flip phone, I would have done that tomorrow, kind of thing. So this is all kind of learning along the way as it goes. But the smaller influencers, as they're kind of coming up, they're looking for ways to get themselves promoted and promote others, and that tends to be a much easier on the pocketbook to try to get them to get to somewhere. And then that way also it won't affect you too much if there's some big issue with them. We signed influencers that got in trouble doing all kinds of stuff. Now you're in a legal battle there, and now you're in a legal battle trying to cut your deal with them and get back the money you already sent them that you agreed to on the front end, right? So this is all going to be a part of it. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more influencer manager groups that are spending a lot more time connecting with the trends specifically, because it's one thing to get influencers that have lots of followers. It's another thing to get influencers that have followers that will lead to a purchase. And that's where we were trying to find a lot more data. Not every influencer actually helps the purchasing side of things, and that's what we're all in business for, right? We need a sale.
I will also say, I think one thing, if I were, an ingredient or a food manufacturer in the room, that I would be really watching is tied to this influencer piece is there are many apps that are now out, right? And you can scan a product and it's going to say good or bad, and it's all based on ingredients, right? Thumbs up, thumbs down, Bobby approved, et cetera, right? But there's so many. And so I would also say, be really cognizant of your current ingredient stack and how it's showing up with influencers that are gaining popularity, but also kind of just watching, because they're very binary when you think about how ingredients are being judged in a lot of those apps, which can be challenges for us in the food industry.
Other questions? Yeah.
Thank you. So on the influencer subject, right? So that's been our struggle of late. Without going into too much detail and being mindful of your time, if there were a few, specific rules or tools that you can recommend on how to qualify an influencer that has a higher conversion rate versus audience size, that would be really, really helpful.
Yeah, I probably can't really answer that because I'm more down operations and the R&D and all that stuff. I oversee, I've only been really sort of diving in a little bit to the influencers. One thing I can say is make sure your agreements are crystal clear. Get an attorney if you probably want to get an attorney. If you're going into any kind of long-term agreement, even if it's not high dollar, you want to get an attorney, because that's, people are only going to do what they're required to do, especially bigger time celebrities and bigger time influencers and so forth. If they say in their agreement, we're doing 6 posts a month, they are going to do 6 posts a month. They'll probably try to only do 4 because they also agreed to do 6 for each and every other group that they're doing, and they're running out of bandwidth, right? And so that's my biggest thing to say is you got to really be crystal clear on what your expectation is from each specific person that you sign up. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting there going, and then we still don't have really great ways, and maybe you're more aware of how to truly measure that ROI. Unless you get a sale that comes directly through, it's very hard to tell how much an influencer is really helping your brand.
Okay, it's 12:30. Thank you all so much for coming. Please, can you guys hang out for we have another session I think in 15 minutes. But if you have questions, they can hang out for 5 minutes. But thank you all. Happy Supply Side West.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for our Inside Organic session, The New Consumer's Influence on the Organic Supply Chain. I'm Nancy Coulter-Parker. I'm the Director of Content Marketing for New Hope Network. And I also oversee Informa's Inside Organic program, which is done together with New Hope Network and Supply Side Network. We work in tandem together to produce this program. And the intent of Inside Organic is really to elevate organic messaging across the supply chain and even to address some of the barriers to messaging and elevating the organic message. And for many years now, I have also written the Organic Trade Association's annual industry survey report. And so the impetus for Inside Organic came in part from my work on that, where every year I would ask companies, and I still do, what are your drivers and barriers to growth? And year over year, I continue to hear that a lack of consumer awareness and a lack of education is a barrier to growth in organic. So that's, again, how this program came about. But with the evolving organic consumer, hopefully that's going to change now. I'm going to have Jason speak to that in a second, but I'm just going to share some data points quickly with you where the market is at right now. From 2020 to 2024, it was a little bit of a roller coaster with organic. We had COVID and some other things, inflation going on, but still the organic marketplace stayed resilient, and it showed that it could buckle up and in a lot of places weather the storm. And in 2023, the overall organic marketplace hit 69.7 billion in sales, and that was with a 3.4% growth rate. And we're already seeing for 2024 that growth rate is creeping up again. And so amidst inflation, the supply chain recalibrated, and kind of the industry reconciled the cost of doing business, and it just continued to grow. And what we saw also was that organic shoppers stayed loyal to organic, which was great to see. They didn't just abandon as soon as the inflation hit. And one of the things that we're seeing out of that, which I think is great, is that manufacturers, they've been working during this time to diversify sourcing, and they remain optimistic about the supply. And so in 2023, 53% of manufacturers indicated that they don't foresee any problems securing adequate organic raw material in the next 3 years. So 53% is notable because in 2022, that number was 31%. And in 2021, only 19% said they didn't, they were comfortable and didn't see problems. So we're back up at 53% of people feeling secure about the supply, which is good. Key trends helping to elevate organic growth include the growing consumer focus on personal and family health, a desire for clean products, and sustainability. And so with that, I'm going to let Jason Lipsitz from NIQ share more about that with us.
Thank you, Nancy. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I'll speak up because this is a vibrant show, and I know there's a lot going on outside, but appreciate you carving out some time to come to our session. I work for Nielsen IQ, and I represent our Product Insights division, which is actually newly created when they acquired the company I came from, Label Insight. And we specialize in B2B companies like the exhibitors here. So very excited to be here, talk to you about organic. And when I show you organic on the screen, think about, we can look at organic for any ingredient. So whether it's nut butters or tapioca fiber, whatever it is that's relevant to your company, if you're interested in tracking the overall usage of the ingredient and then the share that is organic, that's the type of things that we'd love to chat about after the presentation. So if we had, oh yeah. Thanks. Okay. Am I going the right way? Okay. So Nielsen IQ, we're the world's largest market measurement company. Our founder, Arthur Nielsen, when you check out at the grocery store and you scan your items, that's the technology that he invented over 100 years ago. So we are tracking everything you buy, whether you buy it in store or online. So we know what it's happening, and we also can know why it's happening. So is organic a purchase driver? These basic questions down to something even more granular is what we can do. And then what to do about it. How do you take the information we're going to share today and use it as part of your go-to-market strategy so that you can grow your business? That's what we're all about, is arming you with the data to help you grow your businesses. This slide, we always call it our inverted Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And it's a good way to think about, where does a concept like organic fit within the overall wellness framework? So when we look at something like protective, think back to the pandemic, COVID. You weren't necessarily worried about what types of products you were consuming. It was really all about safety, keeping your family safe. Once you have that in place, then you can move to the next level, which is really about self-care, improving your family's emotional or physical well-being. And then there's so many great suppliers here offering products that have particular health benefits, whether it's immune health or digestive health or metabolism support. So now we're getting into the world of aspirational health, where I'm actively consuming a product because I want to improve my longevity. I talked to a gentleman at the breakfast this morning who said he consumes 100 vitamins a day to improve his longevity. So that is like the epitome of aspirational preventative care. He's going to live forever. The last two are really interesting, and it's looking at altruistic versus evolving. So this is the linkage between, I care about the planet, but I also care about those around me, and I care about the impact of the supply chain that I'm using on the wages paid. So we can really do a good job in this session today of dissecting what is the story that we can use organic here, because people who are proactively buying organic products have a deep-seated belief and care for the impact it has on the overall food supply, and especially the wages of the workers who are bringing these products to market. Okay. And I'll kind of flash back to my dinner last night with Gwendolyn, when we were talking about organic really means so many things. It's not just the lack of pesticides. It really means so much more than a lot of consumers realize. And this is a big part of the education that we need to do with the organic seal. And I think this slide is really good evidence of why we need that. Because here we're looking at not just organic, we're looking at the 100+ claims and certifications that Nielsen's tracking sales growth on, and we're bucketing them into these 5 major themes. So something like animal welfare, meat products that are organic have inherent animal welfare standards in them, but this is showing the growth of certifications and claims beyond organic. So think of something like Global Animal Partnership with the 5 different levels. That would fall into this bucket. Environmental sustainability, we break into climate and nature. So climate-related claims are things like renewable energy or carbon zero. Environmental sustainability would be like Sustainable Forestry Initiative or other things that are more related to the environment. Social responsibility, B Corp, fair trade, all of that rolls up into that bucket. So think about looking at this chart and figuring out, if I am organic certified today, where do I need to strengthen my message to make sure that these other aspects of organic are coming through? If you do that, there's growth to be had, 248% more growth in products with sustainability claims than without over the past 4 years. And if you qualify for more than one sustainability claim, especially if they go across more than one of these pillars, there's additional growth if you stack claims. So if you have sustainable packaging, plus you have a social responsibility story, plus you have an environmental sustainability story, and you're doing something related to sustainable farming, communicate that, because consumers care about all of these different pillars and they want to learn about what you're doing in each of these different areas. If you do that, it engenders a lot of loyalty. So brands who have these types of claims have 34% more repeat rate. So it's all about trial and repeat, especially for some of the emerging brands here. We get our products off the shelf. Someone tries it. Hooray. We want them to come back and do it again. This is a way to drive loyalty. And then, I hope you brought your binoculars, because this slide is a little busy, but this just shows you how many different claims there are out there and why is there such a proliferation of claims when there could just be one claim or certification to rule them all. You know, maybe that is organic, but we're tracking every single thing that a brand can potentially put on label, because there's limited real estate on labels and brands need to be really conscientious about what they claim. So we're tracking all of the claims and we're showing the sales growth associated with products that make each claim. And then we're showing the proliferation of these claims across the store. So organic is a really big bubble because it has the biggest sales volume. And it's in almost 950 out of the 1,000 total categories that Nielsen tracks. That being said, there could be opportunity for those remaining 50 categories so that we can get an organic option no matter what aisle of the store you're in. And as something gets bigger, the sales growth naturally typically tends to level off. So something like upcycled or regenerative agriculture, really, really tiny, explosive growth, not found in very many categories. Something like organic, very big, widely found throughout the store. The growth naturally slows down a little bit, so that's expected. Using Nielsen IQ's panel data, this is our household panelists. So by using both panel data and retail measurement data is measuring the sales when you check out at the store or buy online. Panel data is actually the household. So how old are they? Where do they live? What's their income level? You know, what race or ethnicity are they? What age are they? The good news is for organic is that the generations that are coming into their highest spending years, Gen Z, millennials, I fall into that bucket, they over-index for organic products. So that means the future is bright for organic. If we were seeing the opposite, and most of the spending was coming from the boomer or the greatest generation, and the growth rate was lower in the younger generations, that would be a red flag that we really need to focus our efforts on educating that younger group, because they're the future. So as these groups start to have families, grow their families, buy more groceries, the small sliver of the pie today will grow, and then hopefully that growth rate and these habits that they've developed now continue on when they have families. And, you know, this is me. So when did I start buying the most organic products? It's when I had children. So by looking at the different life stages, someone enters the category, they're buying organic baby food or they're buying Earth's Best organic formula. They care, they understand that it's important, at least for the most important little people in their life. So there's a foot in the door to get them to expand that organic spending to the rest of their products, even the ones beyond just for their children. Okay, so this is an interesting way to look at organic and sustainability in general. So when I view this slide, think about coming up in November, you're going to go to your Thanksgiving dinner, and you're going to have relatives of all different political beliefs and all different beliefs about organic and sustainability. People in this session, you probably really care about it. You're probably in the evangelist bucket. But there's going to be people that you're marketing to that don't feel as passionately about that. So that's what we're trying to show you here with this slide is you can tailor your messaging about something like organic or sustainable sourcing to use the right language to appeal to a more diverse set of shoppers. And I am in meetings like this all the time with major CPG companies, and there will be skeptics in the room, there will be idealists in the room, there will be evangelists in the room, and you need to be able to talk to each bucket. A lot of the big opportunity here is in the idealist. They really care about better conditions for farmers and giving back to communities. So think about the criteria that organic has in place today to ensure that. Let's amplify that message when we're trying to reach those types of shoppers. And then this is looking at the most mainstream versus least mainstream and where the different opportunities lie. So again, I think idealist really over-indexed for organic, but another big opportunity here is healthy me and healthy planet. The last conference I attended, nutrient density was the word of the day. And so nutrient density is all about like, is growing organically and the uptake from better farming methods actually leading to a more nutritious product? Does it have higher protein content or higher vitamin or mineral content? So being able to link the story around organic to not only healthy planet, but also healthy me, that's how you reach this particular group within this slide. And that's a big part of expanding the message. And then sustainability means different things to different people. This is looking at the different elements of it and then mapping them. So things like better for minorities, protecting wildlife, cutting emissions. Think about your own brand or your own ingredient. What elements of these can you help a brand amplify their message on? So if you are using organic or sustainable farming methods and a brand can make that claim if they use your ingredient, this is really good data for them to be able to show them that people care about this. There's varying levels of awareness, but overall, these messages are resonating across a broad cohort of people. And then what are the hurdles, right? What hurdles do we need to cross to be able to expand organic usage? Cost, not surprisingly, is the number one, but I'm not here to lecture the group about, lowering the cost of organic goods. That's not what Nielsen does. It's really about how do you convey the value to the end shopper that organic ingredients are worth it and get them to be willing to pay more for these products because, even though with inflation the past few years, I think the US compared to other countries, our spend on groceries is less than other parts of the world. So there's value if you can convey it, that it's more sustainable, it's healthier, and you can start to overcome some of these hurdles. And then, of course, expanding the organic supply chain and the supply can naturally help lower the cost. But in the meantime, there are things you can do from a marketing and a messaging perspective to overcome this. Here we get into some of the economic divide where there's continued polarization within America. And I think, we're all in an election cycle. There's no shortage of polarization, and you can kind of see what's happening in real time. But this is happening within an economic divide as well, and it impacts people's ability to purchase these types of items. But the good news is, in Nielsen, we have a different characteristic called better for. Organic is one of the inputs to be considered a better for item. It also could be better for you, better for the planet, better for society. We get really, really granular, but we also have this 30,000-foot view called better for. And when we look at better for products, we notice that in the peak of inflation, there was a dip. There was a trade-off. People were trading down to conventional items. But once inflation started to subside a little bit, they then again traded back up. And the trend is continuing to grow. And it's growing across multiple channels too. We even see this in C-store and some of the convenience channels. So it's really interesting to see this rebound and how people are choosing these better for items. Whether you're USDA organic, Oregon Tilth organic, EU organic, whether you're using partial organic ingredients or full organic ingredients, if you can say the percentage of organic ingredients, we can help you convey that story, and that's what we're doing here. And our broadest bucket is just organic positioning. Is the product making some claim or certification related to being organic? When we look at the sales trends of organic products versus conventional items, as Nancy said in her opening, they've been more resilient. So sales volume versus 4 years ago, 20.4 for organic versus 18.6 for conventional. So they've outpaced conventional items over the past 4 years. But I think the story around inflation is really interesting. So unit volume, non-organic, down over the past year. Unit volume for organic, up over the past year. Everyone is trying to return to a world where it's not just dollar growth driven by price increases and inflation. They're trying to return to a world where they're getting true unit growth. And the organic market, fortunately, has seen that. We do surveys about the importance of transparency and what's the best way to convey transparency to shoppers. Sherry, in the last session, my colleague around TikTok and social media, talked about people using apps that give like thumbs up or thumbs down. The reason people download these types of apps is because they have label confusion and they're looking for an easy way to identify products that meet their diet or lifestyle or values. The right certifications and the right logos can be a good way to engender that type of trust. We even talked about last night how certain retailers that have standards like Whole Foods, they can almost act as that gatekeeper and that logo for shoppers, where people know if I shop here at my local co-op or my Whole Foods, I don't have to necessarily look at labels. They've done the vetting for me up front. Here we're getting into some real granular ingredients. So this is what the stuff that I nerd out on, organic ingredients, where we can look whatever you're interested in, whether it's plant proteins or nut butters or different ingredients. We can show you the growth of them, but we can also show you the percentage of those ingredients that are organic, because maybe you're the only supplier in town that can offer an organic version of a particular item, and there's value there to know how differentiated am I in my ability to bring these products to market. Here are the top 10 largest, and then on the other side is the top 10 fastest growing organic categories. So baby, we talked about the life stages earlier, not surprising, that's number one. Packaged tea, I think, has done a really nice job with organic and fair trade and other certifications. Let's look at the fastest growing categories. Things like nutrition and vitamins, minerals, and supplements. So some of your more performance nutrition or active nutrition products, there is growth to be had here within the organic space. And then on the right hand of the slide, this is our search data. So in addition to sales data, with our partnerships with retail e-commerce websites, we can also get search data. Search data is really powerful because search data confers a level of awareness. If I'm searching for a particular health benefit or I'm searching for a particular ingredient, I know it. I've heard of it. I know it does something good for me, so I'm actively searching for it. These are the categories where when people shop online, they're keying in organic and then nuts and seeds. So that's one of the top 5 categories where people are actually looking for organic products. If you are in one of these items, it's useful to know that you need that to be part of your search engine optimization and your keywords, because you want to spend money on that keyword because it's actively being searched for. Okay, so this is my final slide. So in summary, consumers have high interest and intention towards sustainability, but there's certain things such as cost, awareness, label confusion that can inhibit uptake. The key is to understand that there's not just one type of organic consumer. There's at least 5 that Nielsen has segmented. There might be more. And you can tailor your marketing and your messaging to appeal to each one. And don't forget Gen Z and millennials, they're over-indexing today. Continue to prioritize them, and they will be your growth engine for the future.
Thank you, Jason. Now we're going to have our panel come up, and we're going to continue the conversation. And after we have that, we will have a time for Q&A as well. So I'm going to invite our speakers up. Do you want to sit here? And then, wait, Lisa, go over. Okay, so joining us now, we have Lisa Spichka de Bevequa, and she's the Global Director of NSF's Sustainability Consulting Group. Next to her, Tess Barr, co-founder of Bright Pharma Caps. And then we've got Gwendolyn Wired, who's the founding partner of Strengthening Organic Systems, and Joe Rouleau, the head of sustainability for Saranda. And then Jason joining us as well. So I'm just going to, Jason, just to start, how does this data translate to the supply chain and ingredients? And how what you're seeing there, how does it impact what you're seeing from supply chain to shelves on the ingredient front?
So, good question. And there are partners that Nielsen IQ has that track carbon footprint of certain ingredients as they move through the supply chain. So we do have those types of partnerships. What we're really focusing on is what is the volume of that ingredient moving through the US food supply, and what percentage of that ingredient is organic, and is there room to potentially trade up from a less clean label ingredient to a cleaner label ingredient, and then even better, could it be an organic version of that ingredient? So we're really interested in seeing the evolving landscape of supply chains as people become more focused and using QR codes to understand where ingredients come from. That trend towards a greater desire for transparency is not going anywhere. And if you already have these practices in place, you're in a good position for when the consumer does scan that QR code or does double click into your brand, they're going to be pleasantly surprised with what they've found.
It's amazing. I remember there was a while ago, I had done some research with a group, and it was when QR codes first came out, and then they kind of disappeared for a while, and then now they're back with a vengeance. Well, on that transparency front, I'm going to go over to Gwendolyn, and we know that transparency and integrity is important to today's organic consumer. Can you speak to us about the work you're doing, and the role it plays? And Gwendolyn also has a background at OTA as well, so she's been steeped in organic for a long time. So can you talk about that? And I'm going to pull up the wheel that we talked about as well, too.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for the questions, and great to see everybody. So as Nancy mentioned, my business is Strengthening Organic Systems. So just as the name states, we're an advising firm, and we are dedicated to helping businesses strengthen their organic practices and helping the organic sector at large understand the value of organic and the benefits of organic and how to translate that to shoppers in a way that they can understand. We're also focused on supply chain traceability, integrity, and fraud prevention. So what all of that brings together in terms of how I think of transparency and integrity is that the new consumer, right, the shopper of today, is out there, and they are, kind of blasted with this proliferation of all of these eco labels. And today's shopper is smart. They're asking more questions. They have access to a whole lot of information, and they're very, very interested in paying a premium for attributes that they believe in. They're willing to pay a premium for products and businesses that are committed to helping the environment, to address climate change. They're committed to practices that support animal welfare. They're committed to practices that support social fairness. They're smart, they're sophisticated, but they need to trust the claim, and there's a lot of claims out there. So our work is really trying to take all of the work that we've done to build the organic standards, the organic label for the past 30 years, and keep that going, because the organic label is the only eco label in the marketplace that is federally defined. Okay, so when I think about transparency, there's a federal definition. And there's standards that are available that I can go and read. They're transparent. And the certification of the businesses, it's a third-party certification. That third-party auditor has the oversight from the government, the USDA National Organic Program, that's there to make sure that that certification agency is competently carrying out that process. And they have enforcement. They can stop products at the border. They can go out and they can put people in jail if they use the organic term and it's not a certified product. So when I think about transparency and integrity, if you're out there with a consumer-facing claim, it needs to be verified. Consumers need to trust it, and it needs to be verified in a meaningful way. And this wheel that Nancy has put up, this was something that I helped develop when I was at the Organic Trade Association, because we were trying to figure out, how do you take this one seal, this USDA organic, and you talk about all of the attributes that are behind it. If you peel it back, it covers all of these attributes that we know from recent data that consumers are, they recognize organic, it's the top claim they recognize that's out there, and that 8 out of 10 of the claims that they're looking for, they don't recognize that they're under organic certification. They know that it's connected to no toxic pesticides or chemicals. They know that it has something to do with them being more nutritious or healthier, although the data is still being collected. But when it comes to all of the attributes that are in the regulations that relate to animal welfare, to climate, addressing climate change, they don't know those attributes are there. They don't know that it's under the organic certification seal. So I think there's a lot of work to do to be able to connect those points, and Jason was speaking to that as well. But organic is something that we want to continuously improve, because we think that it is the most meaningful label out there that gets us to transparency, that gets us to integrity, and covers all these various attributes.
Great. And so Lisa, you lead NSF's sustainability consulting. Where does organic fit into that sustainability conversation for you and the work that you do? And are you able to speak to the drivers or barriers about messaging that come up through whether it's ESG and metrics, or just in the work that you do? Are there sort of some great, the conversations that arise, but then also some of the challenges that you work through?
Yeah, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. My name's Lisa Spichka de Bavacqua, and I lead our sustainability consulting group at NSF, as Nancy said. And it's really interesting to be able to see a lot of the different challenges that companies are facing based on geography, based on their business model, based on who their consumers are. So we see a real spectrum of challenges and opportunities that crop up all over the country and all over the world. As far as where sustainability comes up as far as where organic comes up in the sustainability space, I think that Gwen's wheel actually covers it in a lot of good ways, because what you're seeing there in many ways is the triple bottom line, and that's a foundational concept in sustainability. You want to try to improve your return to the planet, your return to people, and to your own business as well. And those three things really do dovetail together nicely. One thing I want to just level set the group with too is we hear sustainability and ESG a lot, and just want to talk a little bit about the difference of that so we can keep that in mind through the rest of the session. Sustainability, you've really got the mission there. You're trying to improve people, planet, profit. ESG is ultimately a subset that's been coming out of sustainability. You could argue that it's less mission driven because it's more about your results and is about reporting KPIs and progress, generally speaking, in structured frameworks that are either voluntary reporting frameworks or being mandated by governments across the world, in particular the EU. And the EU is really beginning to drive this. So if you're not quite seeing it yet in your businesses, if you're supplying to companies that are ultimately selling your private label products or your ingredients and products in the EU anywhere, there's going to be a lot of interest from them on understanding where are your ingredients coming from. Is it from deforested areas? What are the social practices there? There's social due diligence, a variety actually of legislations coming out of EU and EU member states. So that's been pretty interesting to see developing. So when you're looking at organic and the fact that it actually can help the planet, it can help people, you can see that coming across a variety of those metrics. Some of the challenge with the messaging and what you're putting out there is, are we really able to collect the right data and make it accurate so that we can report out accurately, so that we can have defensible claims? It would be some of the biggest pieces. And I would also say the simplification of the messaging as much as possible with what your claim is. It's a challenge, but I hear more and more that the consumer wants to see a variety of different claims stacked. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a trend I'm starting to hear as I go to these conferences, and it surprises me. Like at Climate Day, there was one person who kept staunchly saying, one claim, one label, keep it simple. And everybody else was actually saying stacked claims. So that is an interesting development.
I think McKinsey and NIQ actually did a report on that, saying that the more labels you had stacked, and that organic was a great baseline to have. And then if you have the other ones, that consumer attention and retention center built from there.
And you can't forget regenerative organic certified, of course, which has got the organic, but the social is much more embedded into that. And I think that's an important part of our conversation today, and that really hits that S part of the social piece.
Did you want to comment on that? Are you familiar with? Yeah.
That's definitely what I was referring to, and that sales data is reporting on what's happening. So brands that do stack are having higher sales and higher repeat rate. And when you stack up to 4, if you stack 2, it's more than 1. If you stack 3, it's more than 2. If you stack 4, it's more than 1. So the data is telling us that. It doesn't mean that that's the best thing for consumers and the clarity of labels and them understanding what's happening, but I think the reality is the brands that are able to make multiple claims are experiencing higher growth than those that make fewer.
That's great. So then Lisa worked with Joe recently in creating Suranda's first sustainability impact report. Joe, could you just speak to that process a bit of just like how did you decide what to include and the role that organic and the work that you're doing also with smallholder, shareholder farmers, how did that all come together?
Thanks. It was quite a journey the last couple of years. Joe, I've been with Suranda about 20 years, and we're celebrating our 30th year, and organic has always been a big part of our DNA since the inception. And it was fun seeing this wheel, by the way, that Gwen put together, because we really, like with our founders, we believe organic is better for people and the planet. So I always love seeing this clear, concise messaging. So with the impact report, it's really, you need to have a way to articulate, and it's not easy for me. All my colleagues say it's always hard to understand Joe because he's got a million things going on. So you have to distill down those good intentions and what you're putting into action. And so that impact report can kind of take that from our ESG journey, provide our own level of transparency to our stakeholders, and we can build from that. We can celebrate how we're doing well and what we're aiming for, and we can be transparent about where we might not be doing as well as we want to. So that was our first one. It was a nice journey, but you mentioned smallholder farmers. It's a big part of our global supply chain. Organic aside, it's over 2/3, I think, of where our food comes from. And I think just recently there was some stuff at risk with smallholder farmers. There's 2.6, I think, million smallholder farmers, just organic smallholder farmers in the world, and there's over 100 countries. And I think that it's such a vital part that not only for us, that we're getting what we feel is better for ourselves, it's better for the planet, but it has to be good for those lives impacted. And so the work of also looking at the role of what organic provides, that integrity, that seal, but tying into that impact and those lives that it impacts. And I get to travel. I'm fortunate I get to meet some of the growers and producers, and you really I need to know that this is really better for them. And recently I was in the Philippines, and I was sitting in a meeting with representation of over 5,000 farmers, and just hearing of like 10, 20 years of organic coconut oil, what impacts it's done for these farmers. And hearing that is really, really meaningful. So anyways, coming back to that impact report, having a way to pivot, tell those stories, it's hard because at the end of the day, we sell ingredients. We're just this little ingredient on the back of a package, and there's such beautiful stories in there that just the organic, brings that, kind of wraps that up, provides that.
I think one of the stories you shared with me was a young woman who said she was able to go to college because of the impact of, with organic farming, her family being able to make more money. And I think that is a big part of the messaging, right? And that's a big part of Suranda's business, is that the people and planet. But those are the stories of elevating up that, what's happening in the people level and the farm level.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I mean, it's not just the income equity and being able to do more for their families and their livelihoods. It's also they can improve systems and processes on their farm equipment and that. And at the end of the day, they're not putting chemicals out there. It's safer for them. And you hear that from these farmers as well. So they appreciate that there's a market for this. They want to keep doing more. We just got to get more on that train.
Great. And then, one of the critiques sometimes you hear, you have the transparency, and then it's also, okay, where's the innovation? So I'm going to come over to Tess, because that's an area that you've, really focused on. And just could you talk about your sustainability initiatives, but also how this has laddered up to innovation within the industry and really fighting, that integrity piece,
Sure, thanks, Nancy. Thanks for inviting me. I'm really fortunate. My name's Tess Barr, and I have a company, Bright Pharma Caps. And years ago, we found a need for organic two-piece hard shell capsules in the industry. It's very innovative because nobody's been able to do it. If people could do it, there would be more people doing it if it was easy to do. We started out very innovative technology, and then we discovered that we had to become more sustainable, because only having one or two suppliers in the world for an organic agricultural product just wasn't working for us. So we developed our own plants and our own crops our agricultural crops to make our capsules. And they're very sustainable because it is an agricultural crop. We also found that capsules use an amazing amount of water, wastewater, when in the capsule making process. So we felt that we needed to get even more innovative and sustainable. So we built a water treatment facility that treats the water and gives it back to the farmers to water the crops with, which was a really big thing and really helps the sustainability. It's easy to be transparent because we've done the hard work. We've done the work to go through the processes and the channels. We can sit up here and talk about organic through the whole day, but I don't know if people that don't know a lot about organic certification actually knows what that entails. It entails getting your crop certified, your ingredients certified. It includes getting your manufacturing plant certified, which they even check air ducts. I mean, these are things that people don't understand. And even us with our satellite offices also need to be certified organic, even though we are not bringing products into this office, because we are recording them and we are selling the products. And they have to be traceable as well. So everything has to have its own, every capsule has its own lot number, its own certificate of analysis. It's not just something that happens. So some of the ways that we're being more innovative and pushing the envelope is because we do have an organic Poulalon product that we grow, which we make the capsules out of. We're also testing and finding ways that now we can use that organic product as a coating for tablets. So now you don't only have to just have organic capsule products, we can also help companies create an organic tablet. We're also trying to fill a niche we have a new innovative way to liquid fill capsules, organic capsules. So now you can have an organic product, maybe an oil product or maybe a liquid product inside an organic capsule, which is not easy to do, but it's okay. Somebody's got to do it, right?
And have you seen a shift, since bringing this in, just that demand and that?
Yes, we have seen a shift. This last year, we saw an increase of growth 40%, which is pretty significant. And we're happy to see that because it tells us that, yes, there is a demand from the consumer, and it is a more premium product, so it does cost more. So the consumers are willing to pay. And it should cost more if you're going through that organic certification, because it's a lot. It costs a lot of money to be organic certified.
Well, and I'm looking at you, and I know like Gwendolyn worked with, Tess, some of that process, but on that, working with the organic standards
great.
board, right?
Yeah, she's the best
So-
person to talk to, trust me.
Well, I'll just say it's appropriate. We're at a supplement show, so we should be talking about capsules. And when you look at, when we started with organic, there were companies out there that were buying botanical ingredients, and they had supplements that were out there certified to the made with category. A lot of the products for years have only been made with organic, and then they would list their botanical ingredients because the capsule wasn't organic, right? And the weight knocked it out of that organic category. And so you would only see that made with claim. And so now we have organic capsules, and you see that USDA organic seal. And so that's a big development. So thank you, Tess. And I think that your comment about certification, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the largest update to the organic standards since it was implemented in 2002 just came about, and it's called the Strengthening Organic Enforcement Rule. So in terms of transparency and traceability, this is a regulation now that requires everybody in the supply chain to be certified, including brokers and traders. Every product coming into the United States has to come in. Each batch needs to come in with an import certificate. There's a whole new oversight and enforcement that's being applied to products that are labeled organic. So in certification, it just got tougher, but this is because consumers need to trust that organic claim. And we do have that full supply chain traceability, transparency, which then fits so nicely into sustainability and the sustainability requirements that folks are after. So thank you, Tess.
Yeah, and thank you for speaking about the organic import certification, because if you're a buyer of any organic product, I implore you to please ask for those import certificates, ask for those organic certificates, ask for those certificate of analyses. And if you're a buyer, you need to be educated. You need to know what those look like, because a lot of buyers don't. Oh, they're organic? Okay, great. Let's just see the paperwork. Let's just see, just send us a COA. No, you should be making sure that your product is completely organic and that you know what you're buying, because there is fraud out there, and you don't want to tap into your product because you put your organic product inside a product that was not organic and you use the seal.
Yeah, I think you see that level of transparency, traceability, data collection being really important across all aspects of sustainability. Organic certainly has a claim within that, and one of the most important ones. I know in the NSF family we have QAI, my colleague Marcy there with QAI, and there's been a lot of training on, wow, what does the strengthening organic enforcement mean? These certificates of import, what are they? How do they work, right? So there's a lot of good resources out there and people to talk to. From a sustainability perspective, a little bit more broadly speaking, Joe, you talked about like, wow, I've got 10 different ideas in my head at one time. Where do we want to go next? And, I think collecting the data and having backups so you can make the claims and tell the stories that you want to make without getting a lawsuit for greenwashing, for example, it's really important, but it takes a lot of effort. And so one of the most important things, and barriers in a way, but also opportunities for companies in this space, is to do something like a materiality assessment. And what that does in the sustainability world, in essence, is do an examination of what's important to your company and why. And you can go through that and narrow down a bit more the areas that you want to focus on, whether it's the animal welfare or whether it's the packaging. And ideally, these are going to be dovetailing with some of the larger strategic priorities in your organization and or help shape them, actually. And that can help trim down messaging a little bit, trim down where you're making those efforts of reporting.
Sorry.
Let's do the pillars. I love how this turned out. This is some of our
work. You guys want
work.
to see the pillars?
At the very end of the presentation, there are pillars from Saranda's.
We're tired of the wheel. Let's put the pillars up.
No, we still like the wheel. It's still viable.
Well, and I know too there has been some talk. I think Saranda did a good job of just distilling and working together with NSF to distill the information. There have been debates around things like life cycle assessments and sort of the metrics. And I think Lisa was alluding to that as far as just figuring out like what conventional measurements and metrics don't always translate to with organic. And so just sort of don't feel like you have to put everything out there, or really sort of evaluating and making sure, like, is this the right metric set for what we're doing? Does it answer the right questions, or does it actually tell the right story?
There we go. And the opportunity here too, it's about branding. Like, it really helps guide your efforts, but then it's also about your branding as well. And it's not so much a claim that needs to be defended. It's like, this is who we are, this is what we believe in, and in our products, you can see this echoed in a variety of ways.
It's so true. And I'm so glad to do this work too, because just when you think about our messaging, just internally, even not just externally, is just getting everybody on board at our company of understanding, like, what is it we do? What are our impacts? And so having this work really helps us throughout our organization and throughout our stakeholders. And organic just plays a big role when we think about supply chain transparency. It's so great to how it fits in there in so many different ways in the work with SOE and stuff. So, but yeah, I think we started with like 14 material topics and distilled it down like a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, it was interesting to go through that. It was a lot of fun too.
Yeah, and then what are the themes that you see developing? And for example, when you look at supply chain transparency and you see meet critical regs and address the safety and well-being of our partners, well, these lead to initiatives that help shape your efforts. And so for you all, I guess your different audits and certifications are out there publicly. Like, I'm thinking of some of your social certifications.
Thinking about like the SMETA, yes. That was one goal. I think we set a target of hitting 95% of our suppliers at the factory sites to have SMETA or a type of third-party social audit done, and so far we're tracking on track on that. I think we're at like 90+%, and that goal is for next year. So it's a lot of work. There's multiple facilities in our supply chain. It's very complex, but we need to have some way to ensure that. And so it's just taking it a step beyond with the work in organic and even our fair trade certification that already does. But there's a lot of synergies and alignment. Now I'm starting to work on EcoVadis, so it's like stacking up all these different things. I don't know, maybe it's like supplements.
Yeah, we're wrapping that up too.
Need to have 100.
Yeah. And so if your buyers aren't already asking for this stuff, they're going to be asking for it. EcoVadis is sort of a holistic analysis of all the different social governance, environmental practices you have in place in your company, and it gets scored. There's a whole set of sustainability, or I should say ESG scoring and rating mechanisms that are out there. EcoVadis is one of them. CDP, which used to stand for Climate Disclosure Project, now just stands for CDP because they have a few different disclosures they do. There's water, they're starting to get into packaging and plastics, which is interesting. Climate forests, are all critical pieces there. These are a lot of times, even NSF, which is a service provider, we're being asked to complete these for some of our biggest clients. So even if as a company you don't necessarily believe in sustainability, it doesn't really matter. It's becoming this is the price that you have to pay to play.
So, and one thing I will say, Sarand is employee owned, so I think it's interesting too that the people part also is very much local community as well as who you work with internationally, which I thought was great as well. But I do want to switch to regenerative. You mentioned the bubble chart that that NIQ has, which has, you said that sort of quick growth, and we hear regenerative everywhere, but still, when you look over, you see, organic really has that penetration. And so, where are you seeing that in the ingredient realm right now? Where does that, there is talk that it confuses the messaging around organic, and then where can it also play into the, elevate messaging around organic?
Interesting anecdote about when we started tracking regenerative as a claim. It started out really small and really fast growing, and then all of a sudden we saw this huge jump in it, and we didn't know what was going on. So we started to dig into the labels behind it, and brands were starting to put claims like, regenerative is important to the future of our planet, and we're on a journey to get there. So the technology was picking up the word regenerative, and we're tracking this massive explosion of sales dollars related to regenerative. So that's when we have to get more granular and start to bring in different levels like regenerative, organic, certified, so that we can tease out between claims and certifications. And I think as claims become popular and there's growth to be had, there's going to be brands jumping on the bandwagon. So if you are taking it to a level where you can get a certification or you can pair it with something like a USDA organic, that's recommended because consumers are going to start to see a proliferation of those types of claims that are a little bit less meaningful.
I'll just add a real quick point. When we did the work with Lisa too, I forget what you call it exactly, but there was like 5 things that popped out that you were capturing through those. Part of a materiality assessment is the stakeholder interviews that NSF did. We did 20, a mix of internal and external, but regenerative, of course, was one of those 5 things. It's just those insights. That was powerful to understand that.
Yeah, it came up from the customer side, it came up from the marketing side, it came up from every sourcing side, like it was a real cross section. So that concept, that word, and the need to be able to report on it, measure it, be certified to it. I mean, so much of what you see in your sustainability program, but I would say this kind of extrapolates largely to the industry, is you need various certifications to prove this. You want to stack that, right? So you're going to want something social, you're going to want something environmental, and so on.
Oh.
All your suppliers internationally, how many of them, what countries are absorbing this or adapting to it like the U.S.?
You mean the like regenerative organic certification?
Yes.
I mean, we just embarked on it. I mean, for a few years, been trying to study that, and understand it, make sure there's a case for it. Obviously, I was mentioning to some of the panelists outside. For years, we used to have, and I'll get to your question quickly, but we used to have fair trade certification as well on almost all of our product lines. Not all of them, but beyond cocoa even and stuff. And a lot of the brands didn't want to pay for that as well. So it was interesting when does everybody know ROC, Regenerative Organic Certification? And kind of wide. So it's got its pillars, but it's got the social fairness. And I was kind of excited because it's creating all this momentum. Now ROC, I think, is putting out this 100 million acre pledge by next year or something. So, but it was starting to bring back that piece that I could never, as a sales, I spent most of my career in sales, I could never get people to buy into also having this fair trade certification thing. So it was interesting, but we work in over 15 countries worldwide. There's, I don't know, tens of thousands of smallholder farmers throughout our supply chain as well. But I think everybody's aware of it. I would say about 1/3 of our supply chain is easier to plug in. It's more agroforestry, smallholder farmers. They're already doing a lot of these things. There are some techniques that change a little bit. I was just recently at some coconut farms. They do some things. They're also starting to do more diversity of products that they're growing as well. And of course, there's testing the soil. I would say about 1/3 of our supply chain, or our growers, are a little more bigger commodity. They're more annual type crops and things like cassava and stuff. It's perennial, but it's treated like an annual. So it's going to be maybe a little more challenging to convert some of them, but I'm going to be heading over there soon and just try to understand it. But there's an awareness across the board, but I would say there's an interest in, is there a business case for it? So I think it's up to us to bring that awareness back. So ask me again in a year, my colleague, but I think it's a great question. Thank you. I think it's coming, I feel like, but I'm like, hey, whatever it takes, to bring more awareness to organic and these other, like social, ethical, stories, and bringing that value through. I think it's like, why not? And if stacking's okay, Jason, then okay.
So I was wondering about the stacking business, because stacking to me sounds expensive, and to me it sounds like just a real inefficient way to go about business if your stacking is duplicative. So if people want stacking, give them stacking, but I would want to stack in a non-duplicative way. So I would want to say, all right, organic. And I think regenerative organic certification is great. Our position at SOS is that the baseline has to be organic. And then if you want to do additional practices to build off of organic, go for it. But again, take the animal welfare pillar of ROC certification. We just spent 12 years updating the organic standards to significantly improve the animal welfare requirements. We have all the same animal welfare requirements in organic as are in ROC. And we have requirements for maintaining and improving soil quality and biodiversity, and all of the requirements that are in the soil pillar of ROC certification. Those requirements are in the organic standards. We need to do a better job of implementing those standards and enforcing those standards. So again, what I was saying earlier about, I'm staying with organic. I'm doing continuous improvement, and I'm going to keep making organic stronger, because I don't like stacking myself. But now social fairness, that will never be in organic. Guaranteed, the National Organic Program will never take on social standards. And so that third pillar of ROC, putting fair trade or social standards on organic, heck yeah.
It's a different department anyways.
It's a different department. So I'm kind of like lukewarm on stacking, but let's not be duplicative because that cost gets handed down to the consumer. And if you look at the barrier right now for going organic and purchasing organic, what continues to come up as one of the major barriers? Cost.
Jason, have you all done research on like what's the most duplicative, messages that you're seeing in stacked products? That would be interesting. Maybe it's phase 2.
I mean, I'm looking at some booths right now, and you see all the different logos on the booths where it's Rainforest Alliance, ROC, Organic. So phase 2, next year, we'll do that.
What are you seeing, and can go across the board, just as far as messaging goes? And sometimes, I know, especially for ingredient companies too, being able to sell into a brand and say why organic is worth it, or why, you should go down this path. So what would you say, are you seeing reasons for, but what is like the biggest barrier you hit, you're seeing, whether from in your research or just in general, what you see, these companies hit up against as far as barriers to messaging and elevating that organic piece?
Gwendolyn and I were talking about this last night. The 3 words I hear the most right now are nutrient dense, ultra processed, and sustainability. So the rules that organic has in place that you can't have certain additives in it, that's not something every consumer understands, and it's worth promoting because ultra processed is a really big buzzword right now with consumers. So those are the 3 things. If you can use organic to tell a nutrient density story, how it's not ultra processed, and how it is more sustainable, those are 3 winning pillars.
Okay. What do you think, Lisa?
My favorite question to ask people right now is, they say, oh yeah, sustainability, that's great. And then my favorite question right now is, well, what does sustainability mean to you? And it's great because almost always it's like the deer in headlights response. Like after they make that statement, they're maybe not sure what they mean by that and what it does mean to them. So from my perspective, just the type of work that I do at this point, I would say that defining sustainability in the context of, because it is somewhat relative. I mean, there's the, Brundtland Commission's definition, associated with the UN in 1987. Sustainability means that, we're essentially, what is it? Oh no, I'm going to blank on it. I'm going to blank on it. Basically, it's about, ensuring that you're able to continue forward generations, right? It's sort of that 7th generation kind of implication. And so that's kind of an overarching definition there, but it is somewhat relative because there's a whole universe, or galaxy at least, of elements that can be a part of your sustainability program. So it's somewhat relative. You have to find out what's important to you. You talk to your consumers, you talk to your buyers, you talk to your internal people, you define that, you get good measurement around it, and you get the strong storytelling around that. And I see good companies doing that all the time with their internal programs and the branding associated with it.
I'm going to go back to Jason. Do you have a sense of the top, what are the top sustainability, top 3 things that consumers mean when they say sustainability?
I think we can look at that awareness slide where we survey them. Mm-hmm. So I like to look at the survey results. What are they aware of? And we'll share the slides after the decks. You'll see the survey slide, but then also bounce that up against the sales slide. So what do people say they know and care about? And then what does the purchase behavior actually show that they're doing?
So Tess, what's the barrier for you as far as messaging or selling, or you're hitting up against with organic?
Well, we had quite a few barriers, to tell you the truth. I'm not quite sure how we made it, in that we're still here because of the barriers that we faced. Because people didn't want to believe that we're such a small company. How were we able to make an organic capsule, and other larger companies were not able to make an organic capsule? And I don't know why they couldn't do it. Well, actually, I do because I did talk to them a little bit. But we ended up with quite a few barriers. We've had this organic capsule since 2014, and we're just now getting to really sing the praises and advertise about it and really get it out there. And people are understanding the message. And so we actually got shut down because we had an organic capsule. So we just waited our time. It was a very disservice that was done to this industry, to the organic industry, to have been completely shut down. So by another company that wanted to do it. And I don't want to go any more farther than that. But we bided our time. We waited. We're back. And now we're back being able to sell the capsules that we started in 2014. So we went through a lot of barriers. And so now people are more receptive to it. We're doing, talking to great people at these shows, people that really understand it and really appreciate the fight for organic that it takes. And I don't know if you feel that way. You fight for organic, you're fighting for what it is and what it's about. And because you believe in it and you believe that it is for the greater good. And that's what it really means for the planet, for the people, for the animals. However you want to say it, organic is just the best, and I'll fight for it every day, but we went through a lot of barriers and a lot of money to still be here.
Thank you for doing that.
Sorry.
Am I up? I'm hearing that song.
Yes.
And now I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get me started, Gwen.
I know, right. Okay. Okay. I think there's just too much noise out there. I think that there is a tremendous amount of label fatigue and a tremendous amount of confusion about what organic is and what organic is not. I think we've talked too long about what it's not and not enough about what it is. And so the not would be no pesticides, no GMOs. There's still confusion. Like, I got the non-GMO project, it's non-GMO, and the USDA organic seal. Do I need both? So we've been talking about what it's not. We haven't talked enough about what it is, and so that would get into the environmental benefits, animal welfare benefits, but I think there's too much noise. There's a tremendous amount of education that we need to do. I think that retailers have a tremendous, very impactful role in our educating the retailers to understand what organic is, because they're making some very powerful decisions about what they bring into their stores and what they put on the shelves. So I think that's a focus area. I think that we really need to work together to educate and come into one space, which is the organic space, as much as possible.
And you just bring up an interesting point too, as far as, there's the brand conversation, but then the retailers also have their own environmental, goals and initiatives that also influence the brand. So that's another reason for the reporting, or for, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about climate neutral right now, like the organic seal, which I love. I mean, I started with Organic Crop Improvement Association for years. I've been in the organic industry for years. I love it. I adore it. But you're not going to be carbon neutral certified with the USDA seal, right? And looking at, it goes beyond agricultural practices, processing practices. And so I do see some utility for other labels out there, because it can show to the consumer that I'm really prioritizing the fact that I'm trying to, have carbon zero emissions or neutral, right, emissions. And that's something that 100% organic contributes to that. You see great results with better soil tilth, better soil health, better water retention, and all that with organic practices. But it doesn't necessarily mean you have a climate neutral company, and that's actually a separate issue. So there's quite a few different certifications that are out there that I think can help augment that. Although I would, of course, I do agree with what you're saying, like also like better animal welfare, like, there's a few other claims that can be beefed up and talked about, more organic voices. I think efforts can be put out there, just like the organic is non-GMO, organic is great animal welfare. Maybe there can be some additional messaging out there for those aspects.
And just to follow up on that, I completely agree. I don't think it can ever be just organic, because organic can't be everything to everyone. I'm just really focused on the attempts to say that organic is not enough and therefore it needs to be more, rather than saying this is organic, this is what it means. Let's really help people truly understand what it means. And then where it does fall short, adding on those additional requirements, certifications, consumer-facing claims, really important. To those consumer-facing claims, I would say that those claims need to go through the same kind of third-party certification and oversight as organic has gone through, because that's how you trust that claim.
I was freaking out because we only had a minute left, and I was taking 10 minutes down to, but now we got extra time at it. It's like a soccer game. Look, I'm passionate about a lot of things. People know that about me. And climate is so controversial. It feels like bringing religious or politics to a family dinner. Just don't do it. But I feel like there's a good point that Jason, you all have pointed out too, is nutrient density is one. Amy Hess, my colleague here, is a registered dietitian. But we talk about that shouldn't be something we argue about. That if it's good for the soil, it's good for us. What is it? Socrates said, you are what you eat. And then, anybody who's read the book, What Your Food Ate, David Montgomery does a great job putting that in there as well into perspective. But I think we've got to pivot on that a little bit. And why? Because we spend, $4 goes to medical and $1 to food. So we just have to get some clear, concise messaging out for the consumers to understand some realities that exist. A reality that exists for organic as well that not many people are maybe aware of. 2 years ago, I did something way out of my comfort zone, put on a suit, went to Hill Day, and I was adding up all the money that organic gets, and it's like less than $500 million of the farm bill. And I'm like, okay, 6% of sales, 1% of land, and I'm like, it's less than 0.1% of the funding. I'm like, if we want to get to 10% of sales, you got to flip that around. We need 100 times more money, and we're asking for a little 10 million here, 50. I'm like, we need $1 billion or 10 billion. And so I think we've got to be a little more bold and get the consumers' help on that. Everybody can show up. We need more advocacy there. I was at another panel. It's like, if you're a farmer, get your reps out to your farm, get their hands in the soil, show them what you're doing. And if you're a consumer, come up to the Hill, and talk to your local delegates as well. But we as a company do one more thing that I just wanted to highlight on this is to also put your money where your mouth is. And there's a lot of great organizations that are doing really good research, like Rodale Institute, OFRF. I'm not going to go down that list, but we donate to some of these organizations, and they fight the good fight, and they get good data, and data is what we need. And so support those organizations. So if you're a company that's benefiting from selling things like organic, put your money there, support those organizations doing that work that align with you as well.
That's a good point. And the Organic Center as well is one of them. And Joe's basically asking all of you to show up to Lobby Day or Organic Week next September, and and to go to the Hill. And so, does anybody have any questions? That's good. Does anybody want to add anything else then before we?
You got to take these walls down. Everybody's afraid to come in. They just keep walking by.
Plastered up. Oh, okay.
I have a question around traceability. What are the solutions out there for traceability? Because going back to the point of trust and transparency, so much is only, it all depends on the ability to trace. And I know there are certifications, but there's also an element from a company perspective to also be, sure of what they are putting out there to be certified. So I'm just curious what type of solutions you have encountered to make sure that, food and beverage as it meets the consumer is actually traceable.
I'll start, and then I think Joe can follow up and Tess can follow up from a business standpoint. So surprise, surprise, I'm going to talk from an organic perspective because, traceability for the entire food supply, we can talk about that too, actually, because there's some very important requirements coming into place through FDA for produce. But for organic, the new strengthening organic enforcement regulation that I mentioned, that requires traceability. That requires that every single organic operator can trace their incoming and outgoing ingredients and products, and that every certifier across the United States, because there's several certifiers, right? Oregon Tilth is a certifier, and they are certifying to the USDA organic standard. They have to maintain kind of that 30,000 foot traceability requirement where certifiers can together, because of the traceability requirements, they can trace a product from the finished package on the shelf all the way back to the farm. That's a requirement of the organic regulation. So that's something that I really, opportunity in terms of if you are certified organic and being able to say that traceability is baked into this regulation, it's baked into what we must do. So when certification requires on-site inspections of every operation every year in addition to unannounced inspections. When the inspector goes on site, they're conducting a mass balance audit, making sure that the amount of organic going out, that the amount coming in can constitute the amount going out, and they're doing complete traceability exercise audit. So that's happening at least once a year for every certified operation at every location. So that's a lot. On top of that, FDA is coming out with some very rigorous traceability requirements for produce, and I understand a lot of the retailers are just going to be requiring those traceability requirements under FDA for anybody selling into their store, Kroger, for example. So now that traceability for the FDA, that's about food safety, whereas the traceability under organic, that is about authenticity of, you say it's organic, we can figure out whether it's organic or not.
Ramos, I won't go too deep into this, but I think just leaning on the role of what the organic certification does play in this is important, and just to work with that, like the SOE, and double the amount of smallholder farmers that are audited on an annualized basis, but it all comes at a cost too, and we're fighting this thing with organic. It's more expensive. It should be cheaper, right? I mean, that's what we all dream of. But I did some additional work just looking at supply chain risk mapping. That's part of that first pillar, and looking at where do we need to go next within traceability and transparency. So some of the things I mentioned earlier, like the work around with our SEDAC, Ecovada, some of these other things. There's other grievance tools that are emerging too for like growers to be able to communicate through too. But I think technology is going to play a big role into that too. But I think number one is just leaning on organic, and it's a globally recognized seal, even though it's our seal, but it's all over on the booths out there too.
It is. I'm seeing it everywhere. It's great. Learn what that looks like. Educate yourself. What does an import certificate look like? What should it look like? What should a USDA organic product look like? Ask for those papers ask for those documents. Ask for the certificate of analysis that show the lot number should correspond to whatever lot number it is you're buying. Ask for traceability from the office that you're buying the products from, because a lot of times there's satellite offices and they're sending orders to warehouses to ship out. So you really need that the traceability and the paper trail and the chain that goes along with it.
And last but not least, traceability. Traceability of what? That would be the question that I ask. What are you trying to trace, and why are you trying to trace it? I mean, that was the question I had when you asked that question. Well, what do you mean by traceability? I might go in an existential question answer mode here, but sometimes it's going to be deforestation. Sometimes it's going to be social practices. So think about, am I able to leverage some of the audits that I have with some of my existing certifications to prove some of the different aspects of traceability that I need to prove? Like, what are the social practices in my supply chain? Has this come from deforested lands and items like that? And it goes to your duplicative, this is more of an operational, efficiency that I'm speaking to, but what can your current efforts be bundled with to try to get that more comprehensive traceability that you need for your consumers?
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Thanks to our panel, and hope you have a great rest of your show.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the City of Las Vegas. where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
just got to be serious all the time. Like, if we aren't to the point in like driving productivity and KPIs, what are we doing? That's how I'm gonna start.
No time for laughs.
My name's John. You don't need to know about me. What are you doing? What are you doing about it?
John Castillo.
Don't sweat it.
Like the hardest part. Yes, I had to write it. Okay, I think we're gonna start soon. I'm a follower, so that's not late.
It's good. People are planning their day around 2:30. Do something at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session. The session is called Swiping Right on Co-Manufacturing, Finding Your Perfect Partner. My name is Amanda White. I'm the Conference Content Manager for Supply Side. I don't have the clicker. You have it. Okay. We're okay. We have one. Sorry. So we have some show announcements for you. There's a QR code right on the screen, and that is to our show app. All of the slides for this session are in the show app. If you find this session in the schedule, you'll see all of the slides. There's some other announcements on there that you can check out, some events and the Wi-Fi password, all of that fun stuff. Next slide. Okay, so our speakers for today are John Castillo, founder and president of Food Ops, and Asa Bielenberg, managing partner at Food Ops. So for this session, I pulled a statistic. In co-manufacturing, choosing the wrong partner isn't just a misstep. It's a potential setback that can derail your brand success. Studies have shown that ineffective partnerships can lead to a significant production delays and financial losses. Are you ready to swipe right on the perfect co-manufacturer? Our session objectives today are how to prepare for a co-man search, what to expect during the vetting process, and keys to ongoing success after a match. So, give our speakers a round of applause.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming, and I hope everybody's having a good trade show. I'm John Castillo. I'm co-founder and president of Food Ops. We were started in this version of consultancy in 2016. I've been in the food industry since 2008, and I've been consulting. Previous to that, I was in medtech and a consultant in the military. So my experience has not been through food science or processing. It was just pure operations. So I learned everything on the fly, which is not the best way to do it. It's all about making mistakes and learning for me.
My name's Asa. Pleasure to be here. My background comes from chemical engineering. So I have a chemical engineering degree. Spent some time doing research and development for a cereal company. Had more of a kind of hardcore process engineering job. Had a stint at a industrial controls and custom machine builder. And so I have this 10-year rotational program that kind of gave me a broad way to look at engineering and technical challenges. I joined up with Johnny 3 years ago, and we've really enjoyed working together, helping brands find co-packers and helping co-packers with efficiencies and helping brands just optimize their operations everywhere along the way.
How many people have done a co-packer search or are in the middle of a co-packer search? Okay, about a third. Is it fun for you? A lot of the no's. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough, and we'll talk a little bit about that. I will say up front, the agenda is really packed for this short session. We gave you much more information than what you're probably going to hear, but we'll cover the highlights. What we wanted you to walk away with was the thought process, and then you can partner with whoever in your ecosphere is, operationally there that can help you. We could follow up after this to have some discussion, but we wanted to leave you with the topics that we thought of that were thoughtful around co-packer searches, preparing, and how to be successful there. So next slide, please. Really, preparation is really about knowing yourself. Like, Are you ready for the co-packing adventure? Usually when people are looking for a co-packer, they're usually coming to us and saying, I'm really tired of working in the shared kitchen, or I'm burned out, I can't focus on sales, I need to increase productivity. All of those are fairly good reasons, but you have to make sure you have the right reason to partner with a co-packer. And it really is to help you with your growth, your next growth pattern. So again, a lot of things here, focus, time, commitment, and it's not your area of expertise. Most of the brand owners we talk to are either marketing driven or sales driven, which is great for them, but they don't want to spend the time on the operations side, and that's where the co-packer search can help. And then the second part, really, are you ready for the co-man? So we look at like these attributes for success. Do you understand your velocity? And are you selling? We sort of use this as a measuring stick. Are you selling more than 5 units per store per week? Is that your velocity? If you're not, you really don't have the sales, and you don't have the forecast to be prepared to go to a larger co-man or a co-man. So think about that. We usually take on brands that are at $1 million or coming up to $1 million. They have the cash flow to fund the co-packer and to fund the other things that's help their operations growth, like slotting fees, their distribution, the tolling that they're going to take on. And they also are starting to put systems in place, and they're really having capacity constraints. So really preparation is really imperative to preparing for the co-packer search. Having your specs, having that all important spec in place, so when you hand your spec to the co-packer, they're going to make it to that specification. But if you don't have a spec, please develop one as you go to the co-packer. That's part of your manufacturing service agreement when you go to a co-packer, and that's going to save you a lot of money if they don't make it correctly. Also having your ingredients, supplier approval, ensuring that you're not getting it from Costco. You find a reputable vendor and you have a supplier approval program in place as you hand that off to the co-packer. You want to understand your certifications, obviously, and again, like I said before, understand the timeline and the cost. And we'll talk a little bit about timeline in the next slide. So this is really about timeliness. People want a co-packer, and they generally say, I needed a co-packer yesterday, and I'm really in a pinch. That's super difficult for anybody to do. So it really is about finding the right partner, the right business partner, the right partner in your future at the right time. And so there's a lot of analogies here. You're giving somebody the keys to your car, or you're handing somebody your baby. It's your brand that you started from your home kitchen, or has been handed down to you from ancestors, and you're really trying to take it to the next level. You don't want to just say, I'm going to find the first co-packer and hand that off to them. It should be really important for you to vet the co-packer and find the right co-packer. So think about timeliness. When we do co-packer searches, we do plan around like 6 to 8 months. We have found them much sooner, but you want to plan at least 6 months to find the co-packer, get into the relationship, get into the process, and sort of fully go through the process to onboarding with a co-packer. And the most important thing that you should remember is really, it is about the relationship. It's not you're paying them to do something and perform a service. It really is about the partnership. You're going to learn a lot from the co-packer, and they're going to learn a lot from you. You should look at it as a peer-to-peer situation there, and they are truly going to be your partner. And then the vetting process, Asa will talk to. How are we going to get there with the co-packer?
So let's say you have a list of the co-manufacturers you want to talk to. There's lots of ways you can get this list. On Google, you could just do a search. There's lots of just databases out in the open. I think, is it Startup CPG or the Rodeo guys have one published. You can work with firms like Food Ops, but there's thousands of co-packers. The important thing is filtering it down to co-packers that have the capabilities that you need to produce the certifications, who is the approximate size. So that list from the beginning could be 40 co-packers, and then you can eliminate some of them just based on geography and look sort of at the region that you're headquartered in and want to expand. And then if you are striking out there, you can broaden your search. But we see a lot of people that want I want to be able to drive 20 minutes to the facility. That is generally not going to happen. You have to really open your mind to having to get on a plane to check on production, and having someone on your team that you can trust to go supervise your production runs and make sure that everything's going well. So let's take a step back. You have the list. How do you even start these conversations? What do you do? It's about a pitch. I'm sure as a small brand, you've pitched grocers, you've pitched buyers. You know that there's something that you have to understand where they're coming from and what their motivations are. What a co-packer is going to want to know is your forecast and your frequency, how many SKUs, like how complex is this to make? Do I have to get certifications, or do I have to do like allergen cleans afterwards? What is there in your process that I may or may not have, or there's some capital that needs to be put in so I can do this exactly how you want? An example is like a flow wrapper or some specific piece of packaging. It's like, I know I can get you the bulk product, but getting it into your unique package is a challenge for me, and how are we going to solve that? So this can go through their online inquiry form. It's always a little bit better if you have a contact there or can get someone specific to talk to directly, and phone calls. I'll say when I do co-packer searches for clients, my strategy is I treat it like a career fair at a university where I want to talk to these 15 companies. I really want these 4, but I don't want to approach them first because I'm not going to be polished. I'm going to talk to maybe these 2 where I'm just going to see how this goes and get my jitters out so I can be on a roll and kind of be at my best when I'm talking to these ones that I feel like I have a better shot with. So that's the strategy I use when I'm working on clients for this. I think it helps a lot. And you learn within 5 minutes what their expectations are as a co-packer and kind of how you need to tell your story. And maybe you change your pitch the next time a little bit. And if you're doing a bulk copy-paste email, make sure there's something a little bit specific in there. This is kind of common sense business stuff, but what is it about their facility that attracts you there? Is there something in their corporate culture that resonates with you? Like, how do you make a connection where you stand out from all the other inquiries that they get? If you're talking to somebody and it looks like it's going to go somewhere, we always recommend getting an NDA in place before you start talking about specifics. So you can talk broadly about the things in your product, but as soon as you have that NDA in place, they're going to want to know pretty specifically what are the percentages. If it's a beverage, like how are we pasteurizing this? Those kind of details, unique ingredients, things like that. And then you're going to have a back and forth for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, where they want to understand more about your brand, what your growth patterns are. If the forecast you gave them is true, they're going to want to understand. They're entering a partnership too, and they're going to want to know that they're making a good investment in you, and that kind of this upfront cost is going to be worth it for them. At this point, you might be talking to like a commercialization specialist or a onboarding manager or something. Sometimes these co-packers have roles devoted to getting this information from somebody. And they're going to want things that Johnny talked about. So they're going to want your specs, you're going to want your tie high, who are you getting your ingredients from? Okay, we need 45 documents that shows all of their certifications to know that they're going to be accepted in our program, especially if they're GMP or some other third-party certified. So this dance takes a while. If there's capital that needs to be invested in, maybe you're purchasing this equipment that's going to live there, and then if another client wants to use it, they can lease it out to them. Other times you want it exclusively. Other times they're willing to make the investment because they've been wanting to a long time, and you're the excuse that they can finally go get approval from their boss. So this goes back and forth until you're down to 1 or 2 co-packers, and from there you want to get to a scale-up run. So you're really coordinating what does this production run look like. Whether you're doing 500 pounds, 5,000 pounds. This is where you get to go to their facility, watch it be made. They get to make it, see if they have any like apprehensions on taking on a larger contract with you. And coming out of that production run, you're going to sit down and kind of talk about what went well. Were these things that could or could not be overcome? Because a lot of times you just need repetition to get good. And so it's probably not going to go perfectly when you have this trial run, but if they see a path to being really productive making your product, then that's really a good sign, and you can go forward from there. Am I missing anything on the vetting?
Now, there's a lot more to this. Please look at the notes there. If you can go back one. Really, when you get with the co-packer and you start the relationship, send product to them so they can evaluate it. The next step is the benchtop. They'll have their developer make it with their materials and their equipment at a benchtop level, and then they evaluate how they could scale it up. So that's an important part of the vetting process. And again, the goal really is to scale it up so you can do full manufacturing, and they can understand the throughput with their equipment and your process and your ingredients, so they can properly cost it out and provide you the tolling. So good lead in for me. Tolling, a lot of people ask what tolling is. That's the cost that you pay the co-packer to make your product. So there's a lot of variability in this. Sometimes it's called turnkey, where they have materials and packaging included. But generally, for this purpose, tolling is the labor, how many people are touching it, or the burden cost of all the people touching it. And this, again, varies by the location. LA, the workforce might be a little bit cheaper than Chicago. So you have to take sort of that into account. Then their overhead. What are the things that you probably don't see that they cost in running their facility? So that's the electricity, the indirect labor, like the quality person or the warehouse person, their equipment insurance, and other materials that they use to run your product. And then they add generally a margin on top of that. So labor, overhead, plus margin, which is generally around 20%, and that equals the price you pay per unit. So at the end of the scale-up run, before the manufacturing services agreement, they're going to say each piece of your product, or a pound or a gallon, is going to cost this much, and that's your tolling fee. You would plug that into your COGS and say, am I going to make enough margin, and can we move forward?
The margin's a tough one because it varies a lot based on the size of the co-packer and really their belief in you as a brand. That the pain in the ass factor there is just like, how complex is your product to make? Is it really in their wheelhouse, or are they stepping out and taking a risk? And then, of course, what's their belief in you as a brand, and how long will it kind of take them to recoup that onboarding investment? So, 20% we use as a general planning factor, but unfortunately for like smaller co-manufacturers, that's a little high because a lot of their clients are maybe producing every quarter, and they have 50 clients, and that's just a lot to keep up with, a lot of accounts to manage. So once you're commercialized, there's still a lot of maintenance that needs to go on at the co-packer. One thing to talk about in the stepping back to like what's the trial cost, and how does that work? A consumable scale up versus a saleable product. Generally everything you make at a co-packer is going to be safe for consumption. Like when you're doing that test, you want to make sure that the product's within spec and everyone can eat it. If you can, you want to see if you can get a saleable product where you're actually shipping your packaging. They're producing it just like it's a standard GMP production run. It's just on a smaller scale. And that way you can actually like have that product to sell and put it in the market. So it's all date coded, all that kind of stuff. You also want to get an MSA in place. This is a manufacturer service agreement. Sometimes this will take place before the production run. Generally, it's after a few production runs where they really see, what does this look like at steady state? We've ironed out all the kinks. We understand what that margin needs to be and what our true costs are to run this. Here's our tolling price. So you'll generally get like, here's a range we can expect. That's enough to kind of plan around what your COGS are going to be. And then as you get into the relationship and have some production under your belt, that's when that gets formalized. And then just have a plan for your team to be in constant contact with the co-packer. Getting inventory reports from co-packers is like the bane of our existence as operators. It's so hard to get. And so like in that vetting process, understand who you're going to be communicating with. Like, okay, if I'm done with this commercialization person, are you going to hand me off to another person? Like, when does that handoff take place? Am I talking to a separate warehouse person to get that information? Like we have clients where we're working with like a warehouse person that does packaging, another person that does ingredients, another person that does like logistics. It's like a whole team of people that have to be CC'd on every email. So just know who those people are and who on your team is going to be interfacing with them, so you can be efficient in those conversations.
After you get to the commercialization, really they're going to look for you to deliver that first PO for production. That's their guarantee that they're going to get paid, and that's where they try and sort of suck you in to production. So just think about everything before you submit that PO and you're committing to that co-packer. Generally, the co-packer will want like 50% down because you don't have established terms of credit with them, or they'll make you pay in full. So just make sure you consider your cash flow there as well. Then reporting, how are they reporting to you? Like Asa said, after production, are they getting their production runs 30 days out for you and not changing them like within 2 weeks, which is going to really ruin your supply chain or set you back, and you might miss a delivery at a grocery chain. So really consider that with your co-packer. How good are they at meeting their on-time production schedule? And then other things, production reports, those are the things we sort of chase down for clients. Make sure we can get production reports so you have data to say if it was made out of spec, you can review their production reports or have accessibility to review production reports. War story here. We had a cookie manufacturer, they made it and it was out of spec. It started molding within 60 days. I looked at the production record and one of the ingredients was going out of their year inventory date or use by date by 8 days, and they didn't look at that when they went into production. So of course it's gonna, it's not gonna be a good product. So I went back to the co-packer and said, you didn't review your documentation, before you produce. And they said, yeah, we did. And I showed them their production records because we had accessibility to their production records. So make sure you have access to that. And again, it goes back to the previous slide where I said you guys are partners. So make sure you've established that relationship where they have open trust to show you the documentation. And I always ask for quality reports, inventory, any corrective and preventative action. Like, did they have a recall? Did they have a withdrawal? What did they do? So if they identified an issue, it's really about what they did to make sure it doesn't happen again. And then again, have an ongoing dialogue and discussion. We like to establish bi-weekly or monthly meetings with our co-packer to make sure, one, we're relevant and in front of them, because sometimes as a small entrepreneur, you're the smallest fish in the big pond and you want to be relevant. So calling them and establishing that relationship and having these meetings to say, hey, how are we doing? When's our production? Can we review the records? And then after a certain number of production runs, you can maybe start to think about cost reduction methods with the co-packer. I'm not going to bore you with the MSA must-haves. Those are sort of this is really what you should have. There's a lot of things in the MSA, but make sure you, first of all, have your spec. That's going to save you from the co-packer not producing your product correctly. So if they're producing it within spec, you should really never have an issue. If you do have a product issue in the field, you can go back to the specification and say you were supposed to make it that way. And then there's all these other things in there. Make sure you have all those, or the majority of those things in there.
We're also not lawyers. This is just sort of from our experience and best practice. And we've seen some stuff. So these are the things that you would want to succeed.
Yeah, one thing, the bottom left there, you should own your formula. If the co-packer develops your formulation, say, I'm going to pay for it. So then you could, if you get upset with your co-packer, if there's an issue with your co-packer, you can take that formulation and go find a new co-packer. If they developed it for you and you didn't pay them, they own that formula and you will never see that formula, and then you'll be stuck with having to reformulate it and pay somebody to reformulate it again to take to the next co-packer. So the three things that I say don't walk away and forget: NDA, product spec, and ensure that you own your formula.
So just to wrap up here, the key takeaways from this you should have are be prepared. Like, you only get one shot at a first impression, and so sometimes in that first conversation they're going to ask you a ton of questions, and that's your chance to show you are a brand, you know how this game works, and you can play along with them and how they roll. The second one is that a co-man's effectively another partner in your business, and you should treat it like that. Don't rush into the search, as Johnny mentioned, and make sure you're asking the hard questions up front to just ensure that this is going to go smoothly. And then one big thing is just be there. Shake hands with people, see how they're running on the floor. and how they're doing things. And whether this is you or this is someone on your team or someone you're contracting out, it's really important to have an owner's rep there, especially at the initial stages, to just sign off on like, yeah, this is what we agreed to make, you know, and give them that peace of mind.
Yeah, like I said before, it's your baby. You don't want to give the baby to the babysitter and not look at the house, you know? So just think about that. Be on site, try and be on site. If you can't be on site, have some sort of representation. I mean, we've even gone so far as to have Google, you know, a Google video call while they're in production and somebody's walking around the plant with a computer so we can see things. So try and be creative, try and work within your budgets, obviously, and have some representation and some level of expertise that is at the co-packer to make sure you've got the back end of the vetting process. Have fun too. I mean, it's tough stuff. So enjoy the journey. I think we're open for questions here. If you are looking for a co-packer, there's a cool little booth down in the middle. There's a huge exit sign along the back wall there. Partner Slate is a really good co-packing search firm. They've got some people there that can help talk you through that process as well. Yes, question.
What kind of work do they do to vet you? What are they using from a heuristic standpoint to decide whether or not to take you on board?
So the question is, how do they vet you? It goes back to that preparation. If you don't have a good forecast, that's one of the first questions they're going to ask is, what's your forecast? People say, I want to go from 100,000 to 1 million pounds in a year. And so from a co-packer's mind, that's not realistic. Some co-packers I've talked to said they cut that volume in half, or they'll cut it in a third just because it doesn't sound real. So the counter to that is make sure you understand your sales, right? If you know your velocity and say, I'm at 100 stores, I'm turning 5 units per store per week, do the math, multiply that times 52, and then that's part of your forecast. Then in the next year, I'm going to go to these chains, or I'm going to do this e-commerce and have this velocity. So if you can accurately talk about your forecast and how you're going to get there, that's really positive in the co-packer's eyes. The other things is your formulation vetted? If you're producing a liquid or a sauce, do you have a process authority letter? Do you have the right specification around testing? So you want to be as real. It's like a job interview. You want to look the part, dress the part, talk the part, make sure you're professional, and they will treat you professionally.
From the brand side, any tips on the MSA agreement and what we should be making sure we have on that?
From the brand side, what tips for?
You guys had mentioned making sure you have a manufacturer service agreement in place. Yep. I guess typically if I'm vetting a co-packer, we're on that early stage. Like you talked about, we're trying to pitch and try to talk about the future and what we're going to do. So I guess the agreement you guys mentioned having in place, what should we be kind of thinking about having in that doc?
I'm sorry about the last part. What should you be thinking about?
What should we be mindful of having in that agreement, I guess?
They'll give you the agreement. So if you can get it earlier and it's not filled out with your tolling and some of the particulars and you didn't put the spec in there, maybe have them give you a draft agreement and have your legal team look at it, or have somebody that has reviewed MSAs before look at it and provide you some advice. The rule number one is if they don't have an MSA, you generally want to avoid that co-packer because they probably don't want to get into an agreement for a reason, which means they don't want the liability or to be culpable if they make a mistake. So that's sort of the first thing. If they do have an MSA, try and get that sooner in the process to review with your legal team. So you can sort of read through that and sort of do the sniff test and say, is this too restrictive? A lot of them are way too restrictive for the brand. So it's all about, again, we're not lawyers. I just look at it from, is it fair from both sides? And is it too restrictive?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm Rafael from Grovinco. We also have a co-manufacturing sourcing platform, so if you guys need it. But the question is around MOQ. So we see especially smaller brands struggling a lot to find co-manufacturers that can meet their MOQs. Do you have like any workaround for that, either on how to find co-manufacturers for smaller MOQs or any type of negotiation hint in this sense?
No, that's a great question, and that is probably the number one holdup I'd say in the co-packer searches we do is there's not a lot of facilities that have small MOQs that serve the like I just need one or two pallets a month or 1 or 2 pallets a quarter. That's a very, very hard scale to find. I would say expanding your geography so that you're not looking regionally, you're like taking the entire country into account because this is such a rare asset to have. And it was interesting. I almost went the other way. I was doing a co-packer search for someone and I talked to this huge company. They have like 100 or 1.5 million square feet of manufacturing space for a really small brand. And they're like, yeah, I think we can do that. And they just like use their pilot kitchen. You know, it's like that equipment is so small that it's the equipment that works for small brands sometimes. So it's kind of funny to see that go full circle.
Again, it goes back to, are you dressed and ready for the job interview? If you can approach the co-packer and sell yourself and say, hey, we do have sales, we're going to have sales, you might be able to talk them into lower MOQs. So it's about selling the dream and making it feel like you're a real brand that has high attainable aspirations. Don't sell them air. Don't say you're going to go from 100,000 to 1 million unless you really can do that. But really just be honest and say, I know we're a little bit low. Can you provide us some help here? And just appeal to them. If they want to be a partner, they'll be a partner. If not, then you're going to have to find somebody else.
Okay, you guys, we're out of time, and hopefully Asa and John can stick around for a few minutes and answer any remaining questions. I also wanted to point out that we have Supply Side Fresh in the house. There's a table over there. This is a new education program through Supply Side, and Sonia is our representative over there. This is a program that helps newcomers fast track onboarding, navigate industry pain points, and build community. So go check them out before you leave, and thank you all for coming.
Did you talk about slides?
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
historic heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great.
Bailey was like, well, you like this, and I was like, I'm not trying to say this as like I'm feeling left out, but like I haven't been invited to anything. Like, and it's actually been really nice. I've just been doing meat. Like, I never eat alone. I ate alone for the first time in a restaurant. I'm like, hit these milestones. I'm like, I might not eat alone at 6 o'clock. I don't blame you, but I have to be here till 7:30, so I'm like, yeah, that's. Well, I also chose to help.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Bioengineered Ingredients, the Science Supports Full Disclosure session. My name is Amanda White, and I'm the Conference Content Manager for Supply Side. We have some show announcements for you. If you want to scan the QR code, that'll take you right to our show app. You'll want to download that. You can find all the session slides in our show app. And this is also being live streamed to our YouTube channel, so you can check it out there. So according to CenterForFoodSafety.org, over 75% of processed foods in the U.S. contain at least one genetically modified ingredient, yet many of those go unlabeled. With the National Bioengineered Food Disclosure Law in place, the question is, how much do we actually know about what's on our plates? I'm happy to introduce our expert speakers today. We have Karen Howard, the CEO of Organic and Natural Health Association, Alan Lewis, VP of Natural Grocers, and Dr. John Fagan, Chief Scientist and CEO at Health Research Institute. I'm going to pass the mic on to them, and we'll get the session started.
Managed to already screw this up. Amanda, which is the button to move it? Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. This is a subject that's near and dear to our hearts. I'm the CEO of the Organic and Natural Health Association, and I'll just tell you briefly that we are a trade association in the dietary supplement space. We're unique in that we represent the entirety of the supply chain, all the way from raw ingredients, distributors, brands, contract manufacturers, retailers, and consumer organizations. And as such, we use our platform to ensure the integrity of the dietary supplement supply chain, which includes a lot of work in regenerative agriculture, obviously organic, and the standards and ensuring those are met. So along the way, in 2018, we began working in the synthetic biology arena. Now I want to emphasize that these are not GMOs in the old school GMO case. These are GMOs that are creating properties and entities that have never been introduced into the food or the feed supply chain. So we don't know how much DNA is from the GMO is included in any of this yet, but we're doing an enormous amount of work and research, which falls into John's lap, to be able to ascertain what that DNA is, what these properties are, what the compounds and chemicals are in the foods that really are not being tested for, and what the implications for health might be on that. When the bioengineered definition was codified by FDA, we all had an opportunity to step up and say what we thought about that. Organic and Natural Health was the only one that adamantly objected to the definition, which requires us to find DNA. And
to date, no one has been able to develop a successful test for that, but we get closer and closer all the time. The global synbio industry believes that this is a fix, essentially, for a broken food chain in the world. We'll push back on that. And you can see sometimes on the floor when you walk around, we're talking to companies about how inexpensive some ingredients are that are now being made through a symbiotic process, which are much more expensive, just to sort of add to that complexity of the situation. Our goal today is to share what we believe the strategies are for introductions of these properties and into the food supply chain, what the contaminants might or might not be, and discuss some of our market surveillance around this. And we'll also share some insight on this unbridled, venture-driven industry that's brand new to us, especially in the dietary supplement world, and also address effective ways to avoid and counter these reductionist solutions as we believe them to be. I think I covered that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John to go into the science as we know it today.
So, excuse me. First of all, thank you all very much for being with us today. We really appreciate your interest, your focus on this. It's a critical issue, one that I sort of feel like the industry is a little bit asleep on it right now. We thought we had solved the GMO issue 10 years ago, but this is a new piece of it that's coming up and has serious ramifications for the integrity of the industry. We're going to use an example today. It's one that is right out there commercially right now, and this is what's called synbio milk. This is milk made by what has been described by the companies who are doing it as precision fermentation using, what do they call them? Microflora. Now, what that translates into in basic technical language is genetic engineering using genetically engineered fungi. Fungi are the ones we'll be looking at today, but or yeast or bacteria or algae or even higher plants or animals. But they all work the same way. And so in this slide right here shows the flow of how you make a synbio factory. What you do is you take a gene, in this case the gene for bovine whey protein, and you introduce that into a fungal cell. And that cell then is, with that gene, is capable of producing a milk protein, a bovine milk protein. But the interesting thing is that for every bovine milk protein it produces, this protein, we've measured this in 2 different, very rigorous ways. I'm happy to show the data to anybody who wants to see it. But 7 times as much fungus protein is produced as whey protein. So it's not, it's not pure whey protein that's being produced. And what they do is they put these microorganisms, these fungi into a big fermenter, and we have a picture of that here. And then they isolate the exudate from the fungi, and that contains the whey protein, but it also contains these other proteins. And as we'll see, as is pointed out a little later on, there are also about 100 small molecules, metabolites, and fermentative waste products. This is a fermentative process. These waste products from the yeast cell or the fungi cells are secreted along with the whey protein, and they end up in the final material that is moved from the fermentation into the milk bottle. So you end up with or carton. You end up with something that contains quite a mixture of materials. And you add, and that's what they call synbio milk, or in this case, cruelty-free milk, or some very elevated terms for it. Next slide, please. So most of the ingredients in this, there are about 108 compounds there. Most of them have never been part of the human diet. They're untested for safety and for either humans or animals. And these compounds are highly abundant. These compounds are as abundant as the nutrients that are normally present in milk. But those nutrients are not present in this material. These substances are actually, many of them, we couldn't find any evidence of them being studied in the scientific literature. It's like these are part of the dark matter of biology. They may be waste products or fermentative waste products and these sorts of things. Next slide, please. And so we did very careful measurements, and what we found is that the compounds present in the bovine milk are absent or present only at tiny amounts in the synbio milk. And the reverse is the other way. The compounds present in the synbio milk are absent or present at very low levels in the authentic milk. So let's say you are lactose intolerant and you say, oh, well, I think I'll do this synbio milk to replace my normal milk. And you think, well, you're just replacing synbio with the other. They're both milks, so you're getting the same nutrition. But that's not the case. You're getting a little bit of bovine whey protein. You're getting a whole bunch of fungal protein and fungal waste products, but you're not getting any of the literally hundreds of nutrients that are normally present in real milk. So there's no disclosure of that on the carton of the synbio milk. No disclosure. It's presented to the world as being real milk, except without the cruelty to the cows. Next slide, please. And so, and this just emphasizes what they're saying about the milk is that it's full of whey protein, like all those gold balls. But in reality, it's got a little bit of synbio whey protein, but there's mostly fungus proteins, the red and blue and green. So that's the story. And we've got science to back up every one of these things. Deep science that I'm happy to share with any of you. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, thanks. In sum, what John just said is when you hear the term precision fermentation, they're describing the chaos of biology, and they're calling it precision fermentation to hide the fact that it's largely uncontrollable. And Jean's deep science, which has now been replicated in a second set of studies, is really raising the question. Now, when I've been out on the floor today, if I see a fermentation company and it says non-GMO, I ask them how it's done. So we have precision fermentation, which describes chaos, and we have non-GMO fermentation, which describes synthetic biology. It's completely upside down. And when you're talking about playful semantics and marketing or with a government agency, that's one thing. We're talking about the effects on consumer trust and consumer liability, and our consumers properly informed about what they're buying and consuming. Go ahead and move forward. So we tend to not talk about things we don't know about. So part of what we do is market surveillance, and this is these are going to see the notes from Symbio Beta, a global synthetic biology conference that I attended in San Jose. We're going to start with this common quote here. Genome editing is a precision tool that is proven to be safe to grow food in a sustainable way, in a healthy way, in line with traditional breeding. This guy is a long-term with DARPA and the military and represents Professor Dudna, who claims and has patented the CRISPR process. This is kind of the state-of-the-art propaganda, if you will, the marketing of this technology. Now I'm going to go through another 6 or 7 quotes. Is what they say when they're behind closed doors, when they're not afraid of being challenged, when they know it's all friends in the room. Go ahead. So Ginkgo Bioworks, one of the few publicly traded companies, when you look at their risk factor disclosures, they're a half-page long, all the things that can and have gone wrong with this technology. But listen to her. Biology is hard. Data to train the artificial intelligence is particularly important, and it's scarce. Partly because biology is weird. Biology does bizarre things. Precision fermentation describes chaos. Next slide. Again, behind closed doors. Zach, these are great people. Zach's really concerned about your health. He's got synthetic biology. He's engineered microbes for your gut. And then he's like, wow, these are going to go out your toilet, into the environment, into the world permanently. And the government says, we don't know what to do about that. We're not even going to ask a question about that. He's really concerned, and yet the whole system is designed to circumvent any ability to control that. Go ahead. Pei Wu, general partner, she here is saying, look, there are consequences and impacts from this technology. Our sole focus is getting to market and monetizing. We'll sort out the collateral damage later. National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology, super smart, experienced person here. Companies are ready to commercialize, and the regulatory system doesn't even know what to do. Regulators don't have the bandwidth. This is what's on the floor of our trade show here. We're not even aware enough to ask the right questions. Next one. Interplant, super smart person. Her partner is a Nobel Prize winner. Bioengineering plants is like writing software programs without seeing the code. And it's something AI is not going to push forward anytime soon. When she said this, even the people on stage on this big panel were like, yeah, that's the quiet part. Don't say that out loud. But these are the grave doubts from the key scientists looking at this technology. Scientists tend to understand plant engineering, biology, chemistry, biophysics. They don't get environmental effects, climate, planet effects, community effects, health effects. That's beyond their realm of knowledge, so they tend to avoid thinking about it. And here's the fun. All of this synthetic biology is predicted and guided by artificial intelligence, which is another technology that we don't have control over. It's being trained on bad science, old science. It can't differentiate between one good study or a fake study or a fraudulent study and the few good studies out there that it should pay attention to. So he's looked, data sets required to really understand the question of, I edit this organism here, what is the end result? He's like, that may be a next level result, but it's an imagined result. Right now, AI is contributing to the problem and giving everyone a false sense of confidence that we can control how this technology is deployed. And my favorite, Bayer Monsanto. We are hamstrung by our limited understanding of the biology. And then a great big laugh, ha 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 ha. And the panel with her says, ha 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 ha. We are hamstrung by our limited understanding of the biology. And yet we are marketing health products and food products and animal feed products that use this technology with the collateral materials, the dark matter, the entourage molecules that John is identifying, quantifying, and in many cases saying, we don't know what these 100 materials are. Don't have a name, haven't been studied, we don't know much about them. This is our concern. There's a public acceptance in this blasé attitude because technology is good. The scientists even behind it have grave concerns, but the commercial focus, the monetization of this is driving the advancements far ahead of our willingness to address the consequences and study the consequences. My last point is, remember, this is about the shoppers in the stores consuming the products containing these ingredients. They're not going to tolerate this. Things are happening now that are dangerous and damaging. They're not going to tolerate this. So if you are a product developer or a marketer or an ingredient maker, remember the risk that we're facing. Back to you, Karen.
So I think we've made many of these points fairly clear in our position. I do want to add this to the points on this first. One, I want you to know that it's not like organic and natural health and the work that we're doing. We think we're going to put this genie back in the bottle. We all know that's not possible. We also know that GMOs have become a major component of what we have successfully been able to do for our consumers in this industry by getting rid of them in the supply chain. So disclosure is really what we're after. Disclosure, so that people understand that these products are made with GMO inputs that are destructive to the ground and the environment. That won't go over well. And I'd like to also emphasize that the price differentials that we get to make this industry financially successful and enable shows like this is based on a price point that's fair and reflects the quality that people put into the work to create really good products, so that allowing these ingredients into the supply chain really undercuts the value of the work that we do, and subsequently, most likely, this whole outcome of what is the entourage effect that we don't know about. So I think those are really critical points. And I would also like to add that right now, the only saving grace that this industry has is the use of self-affirmed grass. So I would believe there are a lot of problems with self-affirmed grass, some of which are easy to sort of suss out, others which are much more complicated. I do think that this is a more complicated process for grass. And I don't think at the end of the day, given the science and the amount of work that's going into this on our part and other people, that that's going to hold. And I would also add to that, this is not doable in Europe. They have a very different GMO standard, and this has not been successfully introduced into the marketplace there. So there are barriers to entry in certain parts of the world, and yet the proliferation of the development of these unknown outcomes seems to continue to rise. So it's really, in our perspective, it's an education effort, and it's a scientific process that we are striving to make sure we can be successful so that disclosure is required. We are very adamant about consumer safety and consumer health. That really is what drives organic and natural health, and that's really where this is coming from, not from a place of fear or an education.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your passion. Love what you guys are doing. I'll just take the clicker. We did ask Perfect Day for comment, and as I was sitting back there listening, I was like, maybe we should have debate style panel with precision fermentation and you all, and then I was like, well, I don't volunteer to moderate that one. But the comment from Perfect Day for just some of the points that were brought up in the session, I'm not going to read it all, but they, had something to say for some of these points as well. So most ingredients have never been part of the human diet before. They said the process Perfect Day uses is to produce whey protein identical to what is found in naturally occurring milk. Find a shorter one here. So maybe contamination left over from fermentation steep. Perfect Day's technology uses several filtration steps to remove all impurities. Our product has been tested since the start of the launch in 2019 to ensure it meets excellent food grade quality. So I'm going to let them respond. Again, these slides are in the app, so if anyone wants to check those out at any time, you can. But you guys can go ahead and respond, and then we'll go to the audience for Q&A.
Great. Thanks for your patience. We weren't expecting this. We're not quite sure how these appeared in this kind of presentation, but we'll respond to them. I'm not going to read each of these because that would take up all the time. So I'm going to read my response, and you can look at the screens and see what I'm talking about. So for the first one, the synbio production process does produce whey protein, but it also produces 7 times more fungal protein than whey protein. Additionally, along with the fungal protein, the synbio product contains about 100 metabolites and waste products secreted by the fungus that have never been tested for safety. These could be toxic, they could be allergenic, or they could be disruptive of your microbiome or other parts of the digestive system. The second one, untested for safety for human and animal consumption. The developer of this product makes it sound as if the FDA has awarded them a GRAS status for their product. But this isn't the case. They made a self-affirmed GRAS statement, which they submitted to the FDA, and the FDA said, oh, okay, so you think it's safe. Well, don't forget, if somebody gets sick from it, you're responsible for it. The developer based its GRAS affirmation on, not on safety testing actually, but they referred to an earlier GRAS statement that was for the same microorganism, but to produce a very different product, an enzyme. And the difference is that whereas with that enzyme there were literally micro or nanograms of that fungal protein in the final food that people would eat, it's grams of these fungal proteins in the synbio milk, about 7 grams for a cup of milk. So it's a very different story. That GRAS is probably why the FDA reminded them that they better be prepared to deal with any problems that come up. Next one, substances often unknown to science. Actually, there is a special proprietary ingredient present in the synbio milk, and that is the genetically engineered fungus. That fungus secretes whey protein, but it also secretes all this other fungal protein and 100 metabolites and waste products. So it isn't like a pure whey protein that goes into the synbio milk. It's this mix of undefined materials that have not been tested for safety. So it's a crapshoot. And the last one is maybe contamination left over from fermentation steep. It really follows from what we said before. The developer says they remove contaminants by filtration. Filtration will not remove molecules. It doesn't remove the fungal proteins, and it doesn't remove the 100 metabolites and waste products. Those end up in the final product. And we actually measured them in the final product that we had purchased online. It can also be, you can get this stuff in Target, almost anywhere in America now. So go out and give it a try. And if I'd love to know what your experiences of it is. So anyway, those are answers to those questions. And it requires deeper thinking than the marketing section of a company is capable of giving. This requires serious thinking about the responsibility of the company to the consumers who they're selling products to. What does it mean when you call it a microflora when in fact it's a genetically engineered fungus? What does it mean when precision fermentation actually means a very sloppy process that puts all sorts of weird things in your cup instead of milk? Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Do we have any questions?
So let me understand this. They submitted to the FDA a review of their request to become GRAS. That's a 6-month process. And during that time, their toxicologists had no objections, and so they've allowed it into the marketplace. That's the reason they would be GRAS, if they're allowed to do so in writing by FDA. And if that's the case, I'd be very interested, I think everybody here would be, what is EFSO's response to this very question? Because you said earlier that they have decided not to allow this to be introduced in Europe, and I think we'd all be very interested on the basis on which they made that decision, and then compare that to what FDA should have done if they didn't.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And the thing is that when you do a self-declared GRAS, you don't even have to show it to the FDA. It's just out there. Now, they were so bold as to submit it to the FDA, and the FDA said, okay, so you think it's safe. Yeah. They didn't look at it critically. That's the shocking thing to me. This is the problem with the self-affirmed GRAS.
I am CEO of AIBMR Life Sciences. We probably have done more submissions to FDA for GRAS than any entity in this industry. And I know the degree of experimental evidence we need to provide. And the review we go through, by the way, by our chair for our expert committee, is the former head of toxicology at FDA and EPA. And I know how rigorous our staff work, who are all physicians and toxicologists, before we send anything to FDA for their review.
Well, you look at that GRAS statement, and there is no science described in there other than referring to this earlier GRAS statement by a company that was using T. reesii to produce an enzyme. The difference in the amount of fungal protein in the enzyme, you put the enzyme into a product and then you process it and you end up with a food that has a little bit of fungal protein. It's literally 33,000 times lower than the amount that is present in the SynBio milk. It's below the level that would be considered allergenic for any protein on the planet.
I'd encourage you to look at also the Impossible Foods GRAS statement, because they disclosed 45 unexpected proteins, quote unquote, and the FDA said, ah shucks, well, we're not granting GRAS status, but you are, good luck with that. But 45 unidentified proteins that could have short or long-term health effects, we think significant to shoppers, right?
I should send, if you go to our website, we have many of the self-affirmed on our website. If you want to find out, in fact, that's what FDA uses to find it, and it's not on our list, this SynBio, which really disturbs me, because I think that's the reason we created that list, so that consumers in the industry would know what's self-confirmed, because they don't have to tell FDA, but we can find out ways in which things have been self-affirmed and added to the list. I also know that when they issue their letter after their 6-month review, it should be the basis on which they made their decision, describing exactly what they looked at and reviewed. So it's not a 1 or 2 page letter. It can be 8 or 15 pages long, itemizing every single document that they looked at. And that's the reason they came to the following conclusion, either to allow it or not to allow it. But this sounds really strange, and that's very disturbing.
Yeah. Well, I am the FDA response to that. Have you seen the FDA response to that letter or to their GRAS?
I mean, you're right. In this case, it's very short, and they said, look, milk protein's been in milk supplies, so we're going to say we don't have any questions about your milk protein. They ignored everything else in the entourage.
That's what I was thinking, because I did not see an eight-page letter.
I think the other interesting thing about that is that any organization in the United States that is following ESG requirements will not go anywhere near this. They are avoiding it completely. So that it's not in publicly traded companies at this point. because of the risk factors.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We really
Thank you
appreciate
all.
the question.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply side events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply.
So you're having a good show so far? Did you have a good day? Yes.
In the morning. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'll come in briefly.
So, but over if we're under, no, it's not. It's all the I'll be like, oh my god. But it will run just to give us an idea how long.
And how, this is 30 minutes? Okay.
And you'll be doing all asking all the questions.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're just going to have a discussion. So
Yeah, yeah.
so jump right in, keep it nice and light.
I was surprised that they would have that one.
Okay, I think we're ready. Hi, everybody. Hello, Supply Side West. Great to have you all with us. Thanks to you guys in the audience. Fantastic. I'm Duffy Hayes with Informa Markets. And what a time to be involved with food and beverage innovation. I'm sure that's why you all came to hear about that. So we're going to dig deep into that. I think I've got a slide here to get to, Ashley. Maybe a click. Okay. Anyway, they're going to put up a slide here in a second, not the show announcements, but it's going to be about food and beverage innovation. Here we go, prioritizing innovation. As you can see in the slide, more than 3/4 of the companies in our industry are going to spend more this year on innovation than last. That's pretty incredible, I think. It says a lot about where the industry is and where the economy is. There are a lot of reasons for this spend on innovation. Changing consumer sentiment, increased competition, advances in food technology, and other pressures. We're going to take a hard look at all of those reasons and more, and we've got a fantastic panel with us today to do it. Let's see, we have 3 leading innovators in the space with us today. I'm going to start with Ruby Amaga here. She is a food scientist, and she served as Vice President of R&D, Food Innovation at Starbucks. Ruby will be speaking here today on her own behalf, I should note, and not for Starbucks, but just want to make it clear before we start. Next to her, we have Jamie Reeves. She's Executive Vice President of Product Development and Commercialization at food and beverage developer Matson. Thanks for being here, Jamie. And on the end, Eric Hummel. He's co-founder of Advanced. It's a company developing cutting-edge supplement and hydration products for the gamer space, but probably beyond the gamer space as well. I think we'll touch on some of that as well. Welcome to you all. Thank you so much for being here, and great to have you. So the topic today is innovation and how we develop products from scratch and some of the risks involved. But actually what I want to do is get to know our panelists a little bit first. Let's start with Ruby. Ruby, give us an idea of your position now, how you came into the industry, and maybe a little professional history for our crowd here.
Okay, so I'm Ruby Amaga. I've been with Starbucks for 18 years, but I'm currently on what we call coffee break. When I say coffee break, some people think maybe it's 30 minutes, they're going to get a coffee for 30 minutes. No, it's a sabbatical. And I have taken that opportunity to travel around because I really love food and I see how things are changing. And it's been wonderful testing out the food scenes in Europe, Africa, West Africa, East Africa. I'll be going to Asia and all that. And I'm so thrilled to be here. This topic is very close to my heart, very dear to my heart, and I'm happy to be here.
Excellent, excellent. We'll learn more about your history with innovation a little bit later. Jamie, give us a little bit of your professional background.
Well, I'm really jealous of Ruby. Probably we all are. But right now, I'm the EVP of Product Development Commercialization at Matson. And so I have a food science background. I have a undergrad, master's, PhD, all in food science because I really like food and science. I started my career at Frito-Lay, the tiny chip manufacturer in Texas, and then moved to California, or back to California, and was in a canned food industry for a long time at Del Monte, and then transitioned into Matson for the last 3 years, where I get to lead the amazing team. We have 35 product developers, commercialization experts, and now 2 locations, one in California and one in Chicago. And so we do innovation 24/7. It's amazing.
Perfect. It's great to have you here. I know we'll get a lot of great insights from you for that. Eric, how about you?
Eric, let's see, I'm owner of a brand called Advanced, which is in the gaming supplement internet culture space. We founded that company about 8 years ago. Prior to that, I had an event planning company putting on gaming competitions, got involved with a lot of influencers in the YouTube and Twitch space. And at the time, there was really only one brand in the space called G Fuel. We saw an opening in the space, and we started Advanced, and now we're one of the leading brands in the gaming supplement and internet culture space. Recently, about 2 years ago now, I got involved with manufacturing as well. One of my partners and I bought a manufacturing facility in Anaheim, California. So that's been a whole learning curve in itself. So maybe I'll bring some insights on that as well.
Yeah, it's got to be a challenge. Do you do just supplements, or are you branching out into hydration or food products, or what do you have planned at Advanced?
We do mostly just supplements, mostly powders. We do some capsules, some tablets. We are going to get involved in the RTD space. That's
of course.
That's kind of the end goal with brands like ours, right?
Yeah, you don't see a gamer without an RTD. It's usually like
true.
right next to them, within reach of their controllers. So awesome. Great mix of people here. Really, this should be really fun. Since consumers really drive what we're doing in product development and innovation, I'm going to start with sort of a broad question. What are some trends with consumers that you're seeing now that are kind of notable? Ruby, I'll start because you're right next to me here.
Okay. With consumers, the key things I've noticed have been, first, is the health and wellness on a different scale. We've always been interested in health and wellness, mostly on calories, sugar, and all that. But with the COVID, it looks like people are now looking at it from a holistic approach. So looking at its body, mind, and soul, and looking at for food that is it's more healthy, functionality, and all that. So they are taking a close look. But it doesn't mean that they are not looking at what is going into that food, in the ingredients, because there's so many things going on, plant-based and all that, but consumers are looking out for the long list of ingredients. They want to be familiar with what is going in there. They want to be able to pronounce the ingredients that are on the list. The other thing that I've also noticed, it's more about sustainability. There's a lot of call and environmental. So most companies now have traceability is being used to make sure we are tracking the source of the ingredients, how we are formulating to make sure that we are not including ingredients that from sources that are not areas that are not ethically sourced. The other thing that I've also noticed is about convenience. We all got used to things being delivered during the COVID, right? All the apps, delivering all kinds of the products, groceries, food, all the, DoorDash, all of them. So now we've gotten used to that. And then finally, I'll just say that with global, because of all the travel, people are now getting used to foreign flavors, new flavors. They are no longer like, niche flavors. They are more global. And of course, all-day eating is also something that we've noticed.
Yeah, it's great to see a global expansion of our industry here. And the wellness trend is obviously a huge one, too. I know we're going to get into that. I actually have a question about sustainability and ethical sourcing and that stuff, and that kind of thing. So we'll get to that in a sec. Jamie, how about some key consumer trends that you're seeing?
Yeah, just to build on kind of the focus of kind of your health span and controlling your diet and input and just feeling better altogether. We just did a study at Matson looking at the GLP-1 drugs and people using that really as weight management and getting control over that. Right now it's less than 1% of the population, and in 4 years it's projected to be 8 to 18% of the population using the drugs. And that dramatically shifts the way people are eating. So just seeing big companies actually launch, frozen food space is kind of the big space for them to get into, where they're really doing smaller portions, and it's focused on, bringing back nutrients and protein, delivering just kind of real simple foods, because those people that are on those diets don't want a lot of flavor, are very sensitive to bubbly drinks and all of those things. So I think people are really manufacturers are going to shift portion size and what they actually offer to meet the nutrition of these people that actually need to bring back protein and things back to their bodies.
Yeah, it's shocking to me, like just walking the floor, everything is like either a GLP-1 substitute or like complementary, and that's just the supplement space. I mean, there's a whole marketability angle for this. And the other shocking thing is just how many people are on these things. It's really it's a cultural shift. It's really strange to me.
So we did interviews from an online panel that we have. Out of 600, 100 people had tried it and had been on it. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, and I just read an article yesterday that Smoothie King, the Smoothie King giant, just offering a line of smoothies dedicated for GLP-1 users. So, I mean, it is becoming mainstream.
Yeah, you just walk the floor and you'll see, I mean, so many people just at our show, and so anyway, great trend. We're definitely notable. Eric, tell us a bit about the maybe the gamers and what trends. I think we have an idea of what you might talk about here.
I mean, to build off what Ruby said in the beginning, the internet and globalization has allowed cultures from around the world to trend. Right now, Asian culture specifically is huge, right? There's, the anime culture. So we've done flavors around that, such as taro bubble tea, matcha, ramune, a Japanese soda. I know Starbucks has done a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, it's, we live in the United States, and here, there are certain cultures. But now with the internet and the globalization, we're all one now, so you really have to pay attention, to the pockets that are starting to trend across the world. And right now, Asian culture is a big one.
Yeah, and is it a gaming thing? It's not just gamers, though. I mean, we watch K-dramas in my house.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's amazing the reach that the
It's
Asian...
definitely not just gaming. I mean, Gen Z culture as a whole, huge into Asian culture right now. But big in gaming specifically.
Yeah, really interesting. Okay, this is a question. I guess I'll pick it or pose it to you here, Ruby. How do you stay ahead of the curve when you're looking for these kind of trends? What are your go-to sources for trend analysis?
That's a good one. The way I look at looking at trends, it's thinking about a gift. A thoughtful gift for a loved one. You have to know that person. You don't want a gift that will be rewrapped and given to somebody else. So with that said, it's more about getting the insights, market insights about your customer, how they fit with your brand as well, your mission and values, that should be in play. And then most companies these days, everybody has access to digital information. We get that. You do have, like Starbucks, for example, they used to have what they call the secret menu. So this is always things that are trending. People come and ask for that. And then with time, it becomes mainstream. You take a look at that. We have inside markets team. We also have external teams that we work. You engage with all these data-driven research platforms. You can also collaborate with other companies to support a lot of research. Facilities that can do stuff for you. Suppliers are a great source of information. They're doing the same thing that you're doing. So it's always a good thing to reach out to your suppliers. It's more like partners, not transactional with your suppliers. And then lastly, trade shows like this, right? Going to a lot of these trade shows. And what I have also been doing, it's looking at startups, a lot of innovation. They are usually ahead. Small companies, the innovation, they are way ahead of bigger companies. So we take a look at that. And it's not just the food industry. I look at health and wellness, the space, because some of these ingredients are making their way into food, like collagen and all those. I mean, I don't know what it does, but it's making its way into food. And then I also look into fashion industry, colors, and all that. It cues a lot of things. So apparel industries, I look all over and then thinking about, hey, some of them are immediate and some of them are long-term. So you have to keep your eye on the price every time.
Okay, Matson is a big company. Data must inform a lot of it too,
Same things, except you forgot one, TikTok. So social media and TikTok. And so, yeah, well, thank you. Yes, you had to leave me something. But yeah, so we do kind of whole social listening is what we call it. And a lot of our younger employees love to just go on social and bring in all the fads from TikTok and recreate it for us. So it's really actually fun because they educate me I don't let my kids on there yet because they're still young. But it just changes so frequently. And then you see it actually end up like in Target. And I was like, oh my God, that really is a big thing.
What do you do when you see that TikTok report or someone brings you a new trend? I mean, do you act on it? Do you look into it more? What do you do from there?
Yeah, so, like feta cheese was a big TikTok trend a few years ago. And so yeah. Yes.
I'm older, outside of the demo here.
So you saw feta cheese really translate into a lot of food products and ingredients and restaurants and all of those things. So it really does slowly kind of trickle into mainstream, but it really does kind of start there. A new one that we're kind of following now is this cucumber salad. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's Luke and the cucumber salad thing. You should look it up. And
it's good.
Yeah, every day he makes a fresh cucumber salad. And so that I'm most excited of because I love MSG. I might be in the minority, but he uses MSG. Yeah. So if you go on Amazon and look up Amanda Lynn, because that's how you like slice the cucumbers, MSG is the next recommended ingredient that you should buy. So just telling you.
Well, things change. Yes. Tastes evolve, culture evolve,
circular.
Ingredients evolve.
Yeah.
Interesting though. It's interesting that you've got sort of the younger folks at Matson sort of helping you along there. Eric, what do you do? I mean, you're in the gaming sector, so you're sort of naturally
gaming,
in that channel.
internet culture. So
Are you
not,
on
not
Twitch?
just gaming, but
is Twitch?
I'm on Twitch, TikTok, the whole thing, which is a good transition into what I was going to say. I mean, the question is, how do you stay ahead of the curve? I mean, you really need to eat, sleep, breathe your demographic. You have to be your demographic, right? You have to have your thumb on the pulse of the industry. So if you're going to sell to TikTokers, you can't just guess what's trending on TikTok. You actually have to be a person that sits on TikTok all day and sees what's going on. So I would just say really get involved, follow your influencers, follow your customers. Your customers have accounts as well. And sometimes, I mean, to stay ahead of the curve, sometimes you just got to take a wild guess, take a chance and see where it lands, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about taking chances and risks because that's really at the heart of innovation. One thing I did want to build on with you, Eric, there is young people, they can sniff out inauthentic pitches, you know what I mean? So that's kind of if they
100%.
If they know if you're truly understanding what the trend is, you got to be authentic. I would think, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and that just goes back to, for gaming and esports, for example, if you're going to sell to that demographic, you have to be one of those people yourself. Otherwise, you will stand out heavily, and they will reject you. Just like in any culture or any community, if you come in there as an outsider, like if you go into a surfing community and you can't surf, you've never surfed in your life, you're not going to know the language or anything. You're going to stand out a lot.
Yeah, and innovation is really truly reaching out to that sub-market, and so they feel like this product is meant for me. I wanted to talk about innovation because obviously that's why we're here. When you guys are looking at product development, Jamie, I'll start with you here. I mean, how much does innovation play? Do you play it safe? Do you make riskier plays? Is there a balance of both with your new products?
There definitely is a balance of both. So we work with everybody from startups that are the most like, give me the risk, and then big, huge CPGs that take 2 to 3 years to launch something and they don't want it to be risky. So we definitely tailor our message and our work to make sure that the client is, traveling on the journey with us and feel okay with that. But I know, innovation is really the focus of even CPGs now. They've really shifted from like cost savings and especially during the pandemic, they had to find dual suppliers for certain ingredients. And now the grocery stores are coming to them and saying, you need innovation or you're losing your spot. So a lot of big CPGs are coming to us to reintegrate their whole innovation pipeline. They have to do something different. And I also, I listen to a lot of podcasts and read journal articles. And so my old company, Dalmani, just reinvigorated their canned food. So they just launched Mexican street corn. I was like, yes, that's genius, because you're trying to get that new demographic that is in love with street corn. It's bringing kind of new familiar to that old steady
Yeah, those big traditional brands are introducing new flavors. They're really reinventing themselves. Is it just to stay ahead of the game here, or I mean, is it a survival play, you think?
Yeah, well, and especially when I worked at Frito-Lay, we had to have news every 6 months, just to basically drive somebody down the aisle, and so you could pick up a new bag of. I used to work on Doritos, so you pick up a bag of red Doritos, which is nacho cheese, and then you pick up my new innovation that's hot and spicy. So you definitely have to have that mix as a company, I think, just to keep your brands, if it's been around there for a while, alive and really relevant to newer consumers that you really want them.
Okay. Hey, Ruby, talk about taking risks and innovation. What's been your experience? Are you a risky person when it comes to product development?
Oh, personally, I'm a risky person. But then when you work for big companies, it doesn't work that way, right? So that's why I say always have to look at the small companies that are willing to take the chances. Because if you fail in innovation, nobody wants to fail, right? Some people think you get punished, but we always say it's okay to fail. But innovation actually is very critical. It's more about sometimes it's survival. Because a lot of companies that have been around for a while, it's innovation that keeps you relevant. So sometimes some risks are worth taking because you know the price of failure. It's difficult. You don't want to lose that business.
Sure, sure. Eric, what are some of the risks involved with being innovative, and is that something you think of when you're introducing new products? And are you fearful when you introduce a new product, that you're going to fail?
I wouldn't say we're fearful. I mean, it's part of the game, and right now it is definitely a must. A lot of the big companies are getting pushed out. I mean, you can look at examples like Logan Paul's drink Prime, or some of these newer companies that started off as small guys just like us, and now they're pushing out big brands like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and I mean, there's so much noise in the market right now. And if you don't innovate, you're just not going to stand out, right? So you have to do something to stand out. You have to take risks. It's more important now than ever before.
Yeah, it's changing so fast. That Prime is a great example. I mean, the little kids in my neighborhood all drink Prime, and back in my day it would have been, soda or something. But now they all are dialed into Prime, and you're talking 8, 9, 10-year-olds.
And that was innovative when you think about it, because it's influencer backed. That's the whole model of it, and influencer owned. So they truly went all in with it.
Yeah. Now,
yeah,
we'd
Ruby,
like to add that
please.
Small companies usually get bought by big companies because they come out with that innovation, they've taken that risk, they've shown the growth of it, and big companies buy them. So
they probably take the risk so the big companies don't have to.
Yeah.
Then just pick and choose the winners.
And that's basically, I mean, that's how it is. I mean, if you're a startup,
you want to be,
you don't want to be a sellout, but you do want to be a sellout.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's the success.
Yeah.
That's a measure of your success.
Sure.
I don't have to tell you that.
Yeah.
Okay, we've only got a few minutes left. Let's talk about those startups. I wish we had more time with you guys. This is flying by here. What advice would you guys give? I'll give this to each of you for like a startup, like a small startup company. What would be some good advice that you would give to them?
Since we haven't mentioned it yet, I will talk about artificial intelligence.
Yes. You knew it would come up, yes.
As my business partners over here know, that is my favorite thing. I mean, I'll state the obvious. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people already use platforms like ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok. But if you're not using it, and you're not using it for everything, you need to start now. I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, it's like having an army of employees for the cost of next to nothing. I mean, I use it for marketing copy, for formulation ideas, to help with my technique and tone with email negotiations.
Does it really
everything.
help with formulation? I mean, is it that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I understand language and writing, but tell me about the practical impact of AI on your business.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to quality check everything, right? You don't want to take a direct answer from ChatGPT, but you can use it to spark ideas. I mean, you could put anything in there. You could say, hey, how would you flavor this formula? What are some unique techniques that you can use to make this stand out in terms of mouthfeel or aroma? Right.
I didn't realize it could drill down. I mean, I know it's taking in all that information, but can you rely on that sort of information? Actually, I'll bring Jamie into this because she was talking about this before we came up here.
Yeah, so at Matson, we have our own proprietary models that we build for our clients using AI. And so we've used it a lot as well. I mean, it really does help. And so we like to think of it, though, as AI plus RI, so our real intelligence with our artificial intelligence. And I told them earlier, I think all of AI is super great. It's like the best intern and fastest intern you've ever hired, but you're not going to let them alone on the project by themselves. You have to oversee it and make sure that it's correct. So love AI, use it a whole bunch, but yeah, definitely have to make sure that it also is receiving good information in to put information out that you can rely on. But I think it really does help take any of my ideas and just explode them to be better. And so we are actually working on a formulation AI, because once if you ask it for a formula, it's kind of correct, but not really. So that's one area that we're working on.
Yeah, it still has to mature. I mean, I think
it has to graduate a few more colleges.
Yeah.
Ruby, do you want to talk about AI or some other technology?
Yeah, I think with AI, using for formulation has been very helpful, because now when you want to do fusion, you can ask it to blend flavors from different continents. But of course, it's trust and verify, right? So it doesn't mean it's going to, but at least things that will take forever to do, you are able to do that in a second. And the best piece too, it can do the concept and then it can provide sketches and all that. So it does help speed up your R&D. So.
Okay, well, that's AI. Are there other technological advancements that are happening in your world? Thinking synthetic ingredients. I mean, the people up here were talking before us.
So you can't hate us, though.
Maybe a little negatively about it, but there are some positives to that sort of thing.
So I get to work with a lot of new startups. I'm in the Silicon Valley area, so there's a lot of tech there. And so we do work with a lot of precision fermentation companies that are all developing new ingredients, sweeteners from protein. One that we actually can talk about is the Every company. So they have the egg protein via precision fermentation and making it into a product that actually functions like an egg. They were at 11 Medicine Park, had a whole menu made out of their egg. It's really actually delicious and functions very, very similar. So those are, just when I get to meet with some of those ingredient companies, it really is exciting because it's new and novel. You can kind of figure out what the best use was for it. Also, there's more sustainable ingredients. I was just looking at the EverPro booth back there. We've worked with them, and they are using upcycled grain to have proteins and fibers. So I think in the food industry, we're working to utilize every part of the ingredient, a lot with the upcycled, more regenerative agriculture is being focused on, and putting, big companies are putting money into it. So yeah, I'm excited about those.
Yeah, before we wrap up, I definitely want to talk about sustainability, and because I know I mentioned that before. But Eric, do you have any technology that you're working with? I know you said you just have a manufacturing plant now. There's probably some tech there. Is there technology? I know you guys lean on branded ingredients too, so there's probably a little bit of technology in that space too, right?
Yeah, you gave me a perfect softball for something that I wanted to add. Something that's coming, and it's coming by storm, is on-demand supplement purchasing. So just like if anyone's ever heard of Printful, for example, it plugs right into your Shopify store, and then you can sell t-shirts without actually stocking those t-shirts. So when someone orders it, it prints it. It's like a print on demand. Now, supplements on demand, we got involved in that recently, and it's been growing like this. It's plugged into TikTok as well. But that's going to really
hit the personalized nutrition play. I mean, how do people?
So it's not.
How do they make their own supplements?
It is a little bit that. So it's mostly around the labels. So you have the products made ahead of time.
I see.
And then this software plugs right into your store, and then the brand now can sell a variety of products without stocking any of them. And then the labels will print out with their branding on it, and the consumer will have no idea that they're not the ones actually, storing that or making that or shipping it, not touching it at all. So it's a new kind of drop shipping.
Yeah, the barrier to entry for a company would be very low with something like that.
It's like nothing.
That's cool. That's a great example. A few minutes left. Sustainability. You're a world traveler, and sustainable issues are big in other parts of the world. I mean, Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of the efforts at sustainability.
Okay, so in terms of sustainability, you can tell from my accent, I'm from Ghana, and we make we produce the best tasting cocoa in the world. But what's the issue with that? Now, people do talk about deforestation and all that. So some companies don't want to buy from Ghana, even though it's the best.
Yeah, labor issues too.
Yeah, they have the labor issues, and then of course, so many other. And then in Europe, they do have the EU, the regulation, due diligence regulation, that you have to be responsible for how your ingredients are sourced. And again, deforestation, all those are very critical, as well as the child labor. So people are being conscious about that. And when it comes to sustainability too, carbon emission is also part of it, right? So carbon footprint. And some companies have all these tools that you can measure the carbon footprint of the ingredients. So that's something, a new tool that people are working on. I've seen several, but I haven't found one that works the best.
Okay. Jamie, do you think consumers, does that a message that resonates with them? Are they making purchase decisions based on sustainability, you think?
Yeah, we actually did a survey to ask consumers the very same thing. And really, we are seeing an uptick on sustainability. However, that's a really vague term. So, people are interested in, but what does that mean? So when you start talking more, water usage, especially in California, I'm very sensitive to that, carbon dioxide, that really helps if you actually are drilling down to a deeper level, as well as upcycled certified. We're involved in that association, and people resonate with that as well. So consumers really want to know really what that message is, and that it is a credible thing that they can actually read about on your website, kind of being the authentic, so that it's not greenwashing.
I'm going to guess gamers aren't as concerned with sustainability. That's just my impression.
You'd be surprised, actually.
Really?
I would say they skew more sustainable than the average person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's a young thing. I mean, Generation Z, I think it's proven out that they're looking for that sort of thing and actually making decisions about it.
It is hard to say, though, when it comes down to it. If you have two products, that they're pretty much the same, but one is sustainable and one's not, and maybe one costs twice as much. Where is that point? Everybody's always price conscious, it seems. So where is that taking point? So I think sustainability comes down to, at the end of the day, we have one planet, right? You just got to do what's right. You just have to. If nobody ends up doing it, I don't know if consumers are going to drive sustainability home, right? We have to be the ones, as the companies, to really drive it forward.
Yeah, as an industry, I think that's the most laudable goal we can have, is to build a better planet, build a better world, and still make money at the same time, obviously. Okay, we are out of time. Thank you all for being here. How about a hand for our panel? This was really great. Have a great show. Enjoy the rest of the expo, and we'll see you here at the theater next time. Thank you, guys.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with supply-side fresh supplements and supply-side fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
Hello? Okay.
Oh, is that water for us? Yeah. Oh, that was sweet. They need like little tables. I'm not gonna like get. Yeah, I'm just gonna deal with dry mouth if it happens because I'm not getting my ass off this chair to get water and get back up. That's all right. My people hurt. That's okay. I'm just keeping it.
Okay, we're starting. Thank you so much for playing Prince. That just kind of sets the mood, you know, playing old school. As you can see, this is a food side chat instead of fireside chat, food side chat. And we're going to be talking about nostalgic flavors and formulating them for a healthier and sustainable future. So, good afternoon. I'm Adasha Townsend. I'm the content director for Supply Side Food and Beverage Journal. You know, we just changed, so I have to remember not to say insider, so I apologize. So I'm excited to be here today to talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart, the power of nostalgia in food. We've all had those moments, a whiff of a certain scent, a taste of a familiar flavor, and suddenly we're transported back to a simpler time. It's a powerful emotion and one that food manufacturers have long tapped into. But today, we're focusing on the progression of nostalgia. We're not just looking to evoke memories, we're aiming to revolutionize them. We're exploring how to take beloved, often less healthy food and beverage products and transform them into healthier, sustainable options without sacrificing that nostalgic appeal. In the next 45 minutes, we'll delve into the science of nostalgia, discuss the latest trends in sustainable and functional ingredients, and explore strategies for reformulating classic recipes. We'll also touch on the importance of transparent labeling and consumer education. So let's embark on this culinary journey together. Let's rediscover the past, reimagine the future, and create a world where nostalgia and nutrition can coexist. Joining me today are Clara Pay. She is the founder of Unite Foods. Inspired by her gluten intolerance diagnosis, Clara founded Unite, a protein bar company celebrated for diverse global flavors like churro and baklava. And we also have Devin Golem, VP of Science and Innovation for Step Change Innovations. Golem's career has touched on product development, application sales, and technical writing at companies ranging from Kellogg's to Roquette. Her expertise includes gut health ingredients, fibers, and proteins. Let's give Clara and Devin a warm welcome. So first, as always, let's talk a little bit more just about your experience in product development. I know that Clara, you have this one product, but I want you to talk about how you got into the industry as a result.
So I'm a first-time food founder. Literally was just a home cook and didn't know anything about food. Was diagnosed with a gluten intolerance and went on a quest to find diet-compliant food. And one of the things that I learned is in working with a nutritionist was that I should eat protein bars. And I never really ate protein bars before that, but they were a way for me to get the protein I needed and not the gluten, and a quick lunch, so to speak. And so food became very functional, and it became food I had to eat, not food I wanted to eat. And so all the time I would go to the grocery store and look at the shelves and try to figure out which protein bar could I find that maybe would taste better than the one I had today. And, was just going through so many brands. And one day I had an epiphany that oh my God, they're always the same flavor. It didn't matter which protein brand I chose. It was either vanilla or chocolate or peanut butter, or chocolate, or vanilla peanut butter. It was just those same flavors on repeat. And I don't want to make it too long-winded, but I'm, also an immigrant. I was born in the Sudan in Africa, and, none of the flavors on shelf resonated with me, and they were not nostalgic to me. So how I got started was literally busted out a Cuisinart, went to Trader Joe's, and thought to myself, what would I put in a protein bar if I were to make it for my own family? And then I visited cultural supermarkets in my neighborhoods and looked at flavors that people already existed in different cultures and just started iterating and probably made 20 different flavors and tested them on my friends.
Fantastic. Devin?
Yeah, so I came more from the academic side of things. My bachelor's degree is in chemistry, and I had 2 internship opportunities when I was in college. Either work for a pharmaceutical company or work for Kellogg's. You can figure out from the kind intro you gave me which one I picked. I went the food route because it allowed me to use both my science brain and my art brain. Pharmaceuticals, you know, it takes 20 years for a new drug to come out, and you never know if it's actually going to make it or not, and you have millions of regulatory loopholes. But food, it's so much more creative. You know, it incorporates a lot of different aspects that I enjoy, but also there's a lot of science to it. So I worked at Kellogg's for a couple of years while I finished my degree, went to grad school for food science, and the rest is history. And I remain an academic at heart, but you know, I also know that we're all here to make money in the industry somehow. So I try to marry the two by you know, communicating science in a way that people understand, using ingredients to help better ourselves and help make the world a little better, and still have some fun on the side.
Thank you. So Clara gave us a little preview of some of her favorite nostalgic flavors. Talk a little bit about yours and how you've used them in applications.
Sure. So chocolate is always a big nostalgic flavor for me. Chocolate chip cookies. You know, I like to use a lot of vanilla and cinnamon in different formulations because they're great flavors that couple with so many different things. But you know, like a warm apple cinnamon pie, or you know, vanilla is a flavor potentiator. You know, for enhancing chocolate flavors. I think those pair nicely with just about anything. But like even putting chocolate and cinnamon together, you know, that might not exactly be nostalgic for me, but personally, but it taps into a global market like Mexican hot chocolate, for instance. And you know, the trends in the industry are very much going more global with ingredients. So you know, you can take a little bit of the old and pair it with something new, and you know, still tap into that nostalgia, but broaden our horizons at the same time.
Speaking of Mexican hot chocolate, I know that's one of the flavors for one of your protein bars. Can you talk about the reaction that you got when you first did that? People were like, really? Mexican hot chocolate in a bar? Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just making things that I thought tasted good. And, you know, I think one of the ones that was like the epiphany was churro. So I am from Orange County, California. I have 2 young girls. I was at Disneyland way more times than I care to admit, you know, being annual pass holders. And I would see the churro cart always had a long line, right? Always had a long line. And people loved churros. And I loved churros. And I think a lot of people loved churros growing up. And, you know, it's a Hispanic flavor. It's from Spain and Portugal, but it's also eaten in many other Hispanic countries and like county fairs. And Taco Bell has cinnamon twists, right? So it wasn't so obscure, but Mexican hot chocolate was, and Mexican hot chocolate was like a little bit different. Like you're gonna put a little spice in the chocolate, and I didn't know if it would work, but then, you know, I won a Sophie Award from the Specialty Food Association right away, and I was like, okay, well, I made it in my kitchen. That here. Huh? Oh, sorry. Sorry. And you know, it was a big like boost to me because I was just a formulator in my home. Like I didn't have an R&D team. I didn't have a degree. I didn't have a, you know, staff of people. It was just it was simple ingredients put together in an authentic way.
How often are you called on to develop products with nostalgic ingredients? Do you get nostalgic flavors? Are you and when someone comes to you, you're like, that might not work in this particular application, maybe that. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So obviously we're here at Supply Side West, which is more supplement oriented, although food is very important. But you know, more and more we're seeing that bridge close between functional foods and supplements. So a lot of the same actives that we see in supplements are coming into food. So that's where flavor is important, because you may have some crazy off flavors you need to mask. And I've, you know, encountered a lot of actives that, you know, maybe you're better masked by like a chai or cinnamon or tea or something like that. You know, things with a very earthy flavor aren't going to pair with a fruit flavor, for instance. So it's really keeping in mind, what the base is that you're working with, and then going from there. So, there are plenty of things that aren't possible, but thanks to a lot of flavor maskers and how technology has improved in the flavor industry, there are a lot of things that are possible.
We talked a little bit earlier about, there are some traditional brands and they change the formulation or they introduce a new flavor that customers may not like. And I'm not going to get, I'm not trying to bust anybody out or anything like that, but what do you think about that, and how can they overcome something like that when they suddenly change it? People sometimes just don't like change. So can you talk about that a little bit and how they can overcome that?
Sure. So, a lot of the products that we see with crazy flavors, they're like what the industry calls in and outs. Like they're temporary. They're on the market more to go with a holiday or some sort of season or things like that. Like we're firmly in PSL season right now, right? Pumpkin everywhere, which I personally love, so I'm not going to complain there.
That's all right.
That's all right. Hey, Starbucks, and you get a shout out there. But you think of things that you ate when you were younger, but then now as a food scientist, I know that your taste buds actually change every 3 weeks, which is really handy. Like if you're wanting to cut sugar out of your diet and switch to diet pop, just give it 3 weeks and then you're probably going to be okay. But just keeping in mind that products may stay the same and we may change over time, and those flavors may taste different to us now, older versus when we were younger. But of course, formulations are going to change over time because we're all in this industry, right? Companies constantly buy each other. Some ingredients are trendy, some are not, some are hard to make anymore. We've got sustainability issues, or maybe we can't make something we once did. So that's going to be a reason behind the reformulation and changes. Companies are always going to try to, unless they're very targeted and really going after a special market segment, they will try to make food is appealing to as many people as possible because that's what you want to do to sell more product. So, constantly, utilizing sensory panels, working with flavor houses to try to keep things similar, but also understanding that, our palates are changing over time. And we may create something, we may crave something similar to what we used to like you were talking about Hershey's and Twizzlers and things like that. Like they may be too sweet to us now that we're older, but there's things that we can do with sugar reduction or things that we can do with salt reduction to still tap into that nostalgia, but make it a little better for you.
Yes, so we were talking about that earlier, and the issue with that, though, is that, for instance, I use the Fruity Pebbles example, and you know exactly what that tastes like. It has a certain flavor profile, and you try to recreate that in some things, and it may not taste exactly like that. And someone makes that, and then the customers they try it. They're like, what is this? So how do you fix something like that? As well as we talked about that sugar reduction thing, like, oh my God, I really loved this when I was a kid, but now I'm an adult, I still want it, but I don't want it that sweet. So I just feel like it goes to gamut. Yeah. Damn it.
No, there's the fun thing about food science is that there are so many different ingredients in our toolbox that we can use to change products and make them better for you, as opposed to how fatty and sugary they were when we were younger. I find in a lot of my work that people are wanting things that are less sweet than they were before. Like you see dark chocolate being much more huge right now as opposed to milk chocolate or sweetened chocolate. So I think, that's kind of an example of how our palates are changing over time, that we're wanting things that are less sweet. But, if you're trying to, formulate something that tastes like Fruity Pebbles, for instance, if you're trying to recreate that flavor in a different matrix, you have to keep in mind, what did that matrix taste like in the first place? Are there things that you need to overcome? Do you need to change, the sugar, the salt? Are you trying to target for, maybe higher protein, like your bars, for instance, or higher fiber content. Also, keeping in mind fat content, because fat does provide a lot of flavor. There are a lot of flavors that are fat soluble. So having fat content, and also fat's an interesting ingredient because it provides flavor, but it also provides a lot of texture and mouthfeel. Sometimes the texture is going to change or modulate how we might perceive flavor as well.
Awesome. Clara, you, in a sense, you're serving an underserved community with your different flavors, because I've never seen any protein bar that's in baklava or churro, and definitely not the Mexican hot chocolate. So how did you do the research to come up with those flavors exactly?
Well, if you were my friend in 2018, you'd know exactly. I literally like I said, I went to cultural supermarkets, I went to Hispanic supermarkets, Asian supermarkets. I just paid attention to what was going on around me. And I am my own target market, right? I am an immigrant. I was looking for a flavor that represented kind of, something different. And when I looked at US Census data, half the US population is like me. Half the US population is from somewhere else and growing. And it's a $4 trillion market opportunity, right? And I had a hard time finding a co-man at the very beginning. They were like, what? Why doesn't she want to make vanilla? And I was like, that's the point. I don't want to make vanilla. And if it hadn't been for one food scientist, an Asian lady, who was like, no, I get it. I want to work on it. I want to do this. I get what she's doing. I don't think we would have had our first co-man. So it took, people don't formulate the same because they're blind. It's just, that's what sells, and they just want to sell more of what sells. And it takes an outsider, literally, somebody not from the food industry, somebody who is from a diverse background, to say, well, what about this? And then after we launched, everyone's like, oh, how did you know global flavors would trend? Do you have a crystal ball? How did you know? I was like, I don't know. It was my lived experience. So I think authenticity in flavor development is underutilized and underrepresented. And there's people that get in trouble for cultural appropriation, right, of flavor if it's not done authentically and with the right stakeholders. And so, I mean, it's a difficult thing, and nostalgia, is different for everybody. Region by region, country by country, everything is different.
How did you source for the ingredients for your products?
Trader Joe's was the formulation. So I was like, what would I put in my bar? I'd put almond butter and dates and hemp seeds and whatever else, cinnamon, vanilla. And then when I went to a co-man, they sourced all the ingredients, thank God, because I didn't know how to do any of that. So it was a turnkey product for me.
What are some of the most popular nostalgic flavor profiles that can be reformulated for a healthier, sustainable future?
Yikes. No pressure at all. Chocolate and vanilla are universal, and they're everywhere. And like I said earlier, we can add things to them to give them a more global appeal. I think there's certain fruit flavors that evoke some nostalgia, like having icy pops or, things like that when you're a kid, or, apple pie or peach pie or cherry cobbler. Yeah, I'm making myself hungry talking about this. Those, a lot of those flavors, especially the chocolate and vanilla, I know they're basic flavors, but you can use those to, overcome a lot of obstacles that you might hit with your ingredients, especially if you're trying to make something more healthy. But there's science. We can do so many things now. And there really are so many great flavor masking and flavor modulating options out there, which are actually important. I know I'm probably jumping ahead a little bit on the sustainability thing, but if you think of cocoa, we're starting to have some sustainability issues there. But there are flavor companies that have ingredients that can make that cocoa taste go farther without having to use 100% of the cocoa that you had in the first place. So looking at things like that can help as well.
You touched a little bit on texture, and I want to talk to you both about that because your bars are very moist. Some people say moist is not a good word, but it's great to have in certain products. So I want you to talk about the moist ness of your product, and you talk about, you know, the texture and how important it is to have that texture in these types of products, because that has something to do with the sensory element.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's all about sensory. So it has to smell, somewhat look like, taste like, you know, and you can't just formulate different things just to be different. Then you end up with like, I mean, you know, eat a chicken tikka masala bar, like you're not. Like, you know, it's not just weird to be weird. It's just, you know, it has to be a sensory. Like when I was developing baklava, you know, I grew up eating baklava. You know, baklava is like dense and chewy and moist, and, you know, honey oozes out and the walnuts. And that was like hard to do and hard to like figure out, but it was worth it to push through and not have like another dry, crumbly bar. And like, you know, there had never been a baklava anything outside of baklava when I formulated that. There's no baklava ice cream or baklava popcorn or baklava potato chips. It was really the first product that was, you know, different, trying to represent something, and it became a bestseller. And that was like a big surprise to me, because how many people eat baklava?
No, I love that. I think chicken tikka masala would be a great flavor for like savory mixes, like protein crisps and things like that. Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't like butter chicken? Come on. Yeah, let's tap into that. You know, I fully approve of your use of the word moist, because there's nothing worse than a dry protein bar, you know. Moist is a technical term, okay? Humectancy, if you really want to get technical about it in the food science world. You know, humectants are, you know, substances, sugar and salt are two prime examples that absorb water. So but there's plenty of other ones out there as well. So if you can use, you know, a humectant, you know, in your product with all this protein that could make it more drying, that's going to help with the texture. You know, you want a texture that's appealing, especially if you're doing flavors of, you know, bars that maybe, you know, you think of cookies. I mean, baklava is kind of crunchy, right? You know, but you know, if you're making things that are flavored like churros, that might be a little softer on the inside. I think of elephant ears from carnivals. You know, the same cinnamon sugar seasoning. When I was a kid, you know, having something that's dry and crumbly is not going to be appealing. So you want to make sure that you're keeping texture into account. On the same side, on the flip side, like with savory flavors, you know, you might want something that's really crisp. You know, one thing I find about like there's a brand of chicken protein crisps out there, and they're actually really tasty, but like protein can get really chewy and gummy in your back teeth over time, you know, so anything that we can do to help enhance that crispness, maybe with starches or fibers, you know, that will help keep that crisp texture that you might associate more with savory flavors.
I have one last thing to ask, and then we can open up to the audience. Just a key takeaway that you have from this session that, you know, that you can give to the audience. Just one thing based on this discussion.
Yes. I would say invite your consumers into the process. Like, we put on the back of every bar an email address and invite people to submit their own flavors that they would like us to make. And that opens up a great dialogue between, you know, the key stakeholders. Like, ask people what they want and you know, try to develop around that. So I think, you know, that listening and being authentic.
My big takeaway would be that good taste and good nutrition don't have to be mutually exclusive. You know, we've touched a lot on different ways that we can make foods healthier for you. And of course, you know, we're kind of an adjunct to the health industry and everything that we do here, you know, but just because, you know, something tastes bad, you know, just because, you know, something might be good for you, you don't have to put up with whatever taste might come with that. You know, there are tools out there to help make things tasty and still make things better, you know, in terms of your macronutrient profile. And it's, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if something doesn't taste good, people aren't going to buy it. You know, they might try it, you know, they might see like, oh, this is trending, you know, oh, this is fun packaging, great story, you know, but if it tastes like, you fill in the blank. I said this on a podcast once, but I won't say it here. People aren't going to eat it, and you can suck people in with great marketing and a great story, but you know, if you don't have good taste to go along with that marketing, people aren't going to buy it at the end of the day, unless they are masochists and like to eat nasty food for kicks. So, good taste and good nutrition can work very well together.
You two are hilarious. I mean, give them a round of applause. I mean, they were great. Great stories, great advice. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Cassie? Give Cassie a mic, please.
Hi. So I'm curious about this sort of consumer desire to sort of have less in their food, fewer ingredients. Where you talked about, Devin, you were talking about flavor masking, and I say additive, but I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. So can you talk about how you overcome that challenge of like maybe meeting that consumer demand of having fewer ingredients in their food, but also making it taste good? And have you noticed that happening?
There's definitely a trend. Processed foods are getting really demonized right now, but I will say that was either JAMA or the New England Medical Journal that they published a study showing that you can still have a healthy diet with processed food. So I don't want to demonize processed food because, I ate a bag of chips for my lunch today because I had to run to another meeting. It is okay, but there is definitely a trend to go less processed, and that's okay. The one nice thing with like flavor maskers and flavor potentiators, a lot of them actually just fall under the natural flavor labeling. So you can combine a whole, but like you'll see like, spices, natural spices or something like that on an ingredient label. There's so many different ingredients that you can group together on that to make it look like there's less in there, but it's one of those little regulatory hacks, I suppose. But it's a good question.
So that's my question. I develop beverages and a lot of other things, but natural flavors, we're having a lot of our customers who are like, I want to know exactly what's in your natural flavors. I don't want to take your product. I want to do a different product because you have natural flavors. Is that just our very vocal minority, or is that more of a trend?
I don't want to interrupt you if you want to say anything at all. I think consumers are getting more savvy over time. I'm a food scientist, so I am always interested in what is in everything, and I want to know. A lot of like your powdered flavors, they're basically 99% maltodextrin, with a carrier and then some other fun things on it. Some consumers want to know exactly what's in there, some don't. I would probably say it's more in the minority of people who want to know exactly what flavor is in there. But if you can also, if you rely on your marketing, I guess, to tell a healthy, naturally sourced, authentic story, I think that might mitigate that as well.
Karen?
Questions for Clara. What kind of protein and how much protein in a bar?
So our protein is from almond butter and whey protein, and between 10 and 11 grams.
Awesome. And then are you able to share anything about like how many, are you looking to keep rolling out flavors? You said you're taking input, like, I think these are great. Like make all the flavors, like grow.
Yeah, I do want to make all the flavors. It's just not me. It's not realistic. I'm looking at different form factors. I think we talked about the GLP-1s in the previous session. People are going to want smaller portion sizes, and I think smaller mini bars are going to be kind of like the future of like my iteration process. And so looking at it from that perspective.
Can I ask a question? I'd be curious to hear about your take on collagen. There was a session yesterday I heard where collagen is really having a bit of a resurgence, and it's a popular ingredient for a lot of different reasons. Hair, skin, and nails mostly. Although it's branching out of that. Whey protein is amazing for satiety, and coupling that with the almond as well. But have you thought of looking at protein sources that add other health benefits beyond just providing protein as a macronutrient?
Anecdotally, 6 years ago when collagen kind of first came on the scene in beauty and health, and we started to see those first brands pop up, I asked a good friend of mine she has a large am I saying that right? Dermatology practice in Chicago. She sees literally thousands of patients across 8 centers a day. Huge. She's on the state board in Illinois. And I asked her, if I take this collagen, is it going to be good for my skin and hair and whatever? And she's like, it's not going to survive your gut biome. It's just marketing, right? And I don't know how far it's come. You would know more than I do. But when I formulate with protein sources, I think what is what can the most people benefit from, right? Like people ask me, how come you don't make it vegan? And I was like, because when I was formulating, pea protein tasted like peas. And I didn't want it to taste like peas, and I didn't want to add a lot of additives. I wanted to keep it, kind of simple. And so I think of ingredient choices as being, I try to choose the most diet agnostic. Like almond butter is always going to be good for you. Dates are always going to be good for you, good source of fiber. Whey protein is technically an upcycled product, right? Like, so it's widely available. I mean, not right now, but so, that's how I think about ingredient choices. Natural flavorings, I mean, I get that, but it really is a minority of people. I mean, if people really cared, would Oreo be the #1 cookie? Like, people don't actually care that much, right? A few people do. And it just depends on your channel strategy. But I think people care about taste. And if you can win them with taste and be mostly better than the other thing, I think that's enough. Like, I have a good friend who sells a brand of chips called the Good Crisp, and it's like a Pringles competitor. It's not a health food, but it's better than Pringles, right? So,
we didn't talk about GLP-1s, but this, I think, would be something that somebody who was on that, on one of those
drugs.
On one of those drugs,
Yeah.
or coming off it, this would be something they may be interested in, because obviously the first thing that goes is your appetite, and you're thinking back of what you really liked, or it could trigger something. That's the other thing. It could trigger something that you were eating that you shouldn't be eating. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I'm actually on GLP-1 myself. I'm on Ozempic, so I can talk about this from many different angles. For me personally, my appetite's definitely decreased, and my sugar dependency, shall we say, has decreased. I think I ate a lot of sugar to just kind of numb myself, and that was kind of my high. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I eat chocolate. I've talked about chocolate a lot today. So, every now and then, I still want something sweet. But, because I'm taking in less food and, and I ate half of my sandwich from Starbucks this morning for breakfast. I'm just like, I don't feel like the rest, and threw it away. So when I'm eating something now, I really want to focus on something that tastes good, because I want that, I still, want to get protein and fiber and things like that. But, I want it to matter. So if I'm craving salt, I'm gonna have a slice of pizza, and really, look at that. But, there's all sorts of ways we could make pizza healthier. We could reduce the fat in the cheese a little bit. We could, reduce the salt in the meat a little bit, or use a plant-based meat. Add more fiber and protein in the dough, or like make a cauliflower crust or something like that. There's all sorts of ways that you can, make things like that healthy.
Have something that's pizza flavored, possibly?
Absolutely, like a pizza flavored sun chip, or I mean, there's pizza combos out there, right? But you could even make those combos healthier. I mean, the world's our oyster. There's so many different things that we could formulate with. But I think a lot of people on GLP-1s are trying to, especially if they're looking for pre-processed food or like packaged food, they're looking for bars that have protein. They're looking for bars that have fiber, shakes and things like that. I mean, I'm a busy mom, so I don't have time to cook a lot of meals. So I'm, looking for something, that already has some good nutrition baked into it. But I also want something that tastes good. But then, there's this flip side, I guess, of GLP-1s where, people are, worried about coming off the drug at some point. Because, honestly, they're getting used a lot as vanity drugs. Lose like the last 10 pounds or something like that, which they shouldn't be, but I will get off that soapbox. But there's people that are looking for ways to tap into what GLP-1s do, which is basically just, helping with our satiety hormones. There's prebiotic fibers that can help with that. There's other, botanicals and micronutrients that can help with that. So, there's, GLP-1 is all the rage right now, and there's tons of booths out there talking about ingredients that tap into that same system, so you can sort of get the effect of GLP-1s without actually taking them. But personally, I will talk about GLP-1s all day long, and I'm having great success on it.
Wonderful. Good for you. That's awesome. Are there any more questions?
My question is for Clara. I just pulled up the site of your bars and really was quickly looking at them. Did you run into any issues when you were formulating where you wanted to kind of keep the integrity of like the product that you created at home, you know, in your Cuisinart, but then when it came time to actually create like a shelf-stable product that you were manufacturing, did you have to kind of compromise on certain things, or were there any flavor profiles that you really had to like be like, I really wanted to do this, but it just didn't make sense from a formulation standpoint?
Yeah, it's a good question. I used really wholesome natural ingredients as the base, so there wasn't too much compromise on that, but I think I didn't know anything about flavor houses when I started, and I was like, you know, I would taste somebody else's bar, I'd be like, how come that tastes exactly like an apple pie, but it only has 5 ingredients? Like, how did they do that, right?
Science.
Right, science. It's just my ignorance, right? And it's like, it was a factor of like learning how, like, you know, there are tools, there are ways of making things taste closer to, you know, what you're intending to do. And that was a big unlock for me. And that was just like really serendipitous. My husband happened to be golfing with a guy that owned a flavor house, and he was like, talk to us. And he did all the flavoring for a major bar company. And I was like, oh, will you do mine? And I mean, that's how that worked.
Are there any more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much. Again, Devin and Clara, this was fantastic, and you guys should start a comedy tour. You know, go on the road with this.
Thank you for having us.
It's wonderful. Thanks for all the questions.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
Supply Side West.
Supply Side West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, Supply Side West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
Supply Side West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. Supply Side West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at supplysidewest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with Supply Side Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at supply-side events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with Supply Side Fresh supplements and Supply Side Fresh food and beverage.